What is up, everybody? It's your guy, the Ninth Wonder. Um, and look, I already told y'all what this was gonna be. um, Spec Club, episode 1. I told y'all it's no agendas, everything is off the cuff, just me and some of my friends. Anybody from the community that wants to jump in on this live feed, just send me a message on Instagram and I'll send you a link. You don't have to have your own YouTube channel. You don't have to um you don't have to be anybody special. Just whoever wants to hop on, you can hop on. I got my guy Big Remo here early.
What up?
What's up with you, Remo? How you doing tonight, brother?
Just finishing up some work, you know what I mean?
Already?
Trying to
You work today or you just...
Yeah, I be going into the office for a couple hours and it ain't done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I don't know if I could ever go back to the office, man.
I'm trying to work it, man. I'm trying to work it. They want us in the office 3 days. I'm trying to get 4 5 out of them. You know what I'm saying? At the house,
Hey, 4. I tell them most I can do is 1.
And that's what I'm aiming for that, but I'll say 3 or 4. You know what I'm saying? Let me have 2 or 3.
You go look if you say 1, and then they say, "Oh well."
They said 2, so I'm trying to get more. Every week I try and get an extra. Like if I got we have Monday off, your boy still took two days at the house. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, man. You really got to push your agenda sometimes with corporate America, But you got to do it you have to do it in a slick kind of way,
You got to do it the way they aim it. Because now they say, "Oh, you got to get your work-life balance right." Okay, I'm cool with staying up.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna get my work-life balance right. I'm gonna get
some gas too in the process. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna get my work-life balance already. Y'all ain't got to worry about that.
Yeah, don't worry. You don't got to help me with that. I'll get it for sure. You just make sure you keep them checks coming. What'd you get into today, man? How was your day?
Man, didn't get nothing accomplished that I should have got accomplished today. That's how my day was, man. But I'm gonna get up on my grind tomorrow and take care of a bunch of stuff that I need to take. God, no, I don't want to remove that. Hold on, I'm trying to connect my AirPods because there we go. Yeah, man, I got a bunch of stuff that I need to take care of, but we're supposed to be going on this cruise, and the cruise ship that we're supposed to be sailing out on, it just caught on fire like last week or the week before that. So I'm waiting to try to see if they send another voyage out first before I even think about stepping foot on that cruise ship.
My cousin's trying to plan one for us to go on next year. Everybody, all us, my age group in the family. So, but his is going out of Corpus Christi, and I'm like, "Ooh, you talking about hurricane season too?"
Yeah, man, that'd be one of my concerns, But hurricanes, they know ahead of time that exactly. they coming. So hurricanes, you don't got to worry too much about those when you going on cruise. But dang, a cruise out of Corpus Christi. Do they live in Corpus?
He lives in he lives in Corpus Christi. Yeah, he's in Corpus. You keep trying to get us to come down there, and I'm just like, I don't know. My wife.
It's easy when you like based in the city that the cruise is sailing out of. Like we going all the way to Orlando for our cruise from Texas, and it's like you got to make that trip. Plus, I don't know, man. It just takes some of the wind out of the sails for me, man.
Well, it was the route he was telling me. It was like from Corpus Christi to the Grand Caymans and like a couple other places. I'm like, that's a long ass cruise, dog. Like,
yeah, some of them cruise, man, can be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days, depending on where you're going. Yeah. The only cruise that I really would want to do is I think it's when it goes to like London. I would want to do that. and then I want to go on like an Alaskan cruise.
Yeah, my aunt goes to Alaska every year, and you can actually catch them out of Frisco. You can catch the you can go out of Frisco and catch the Alaskan cruise.
Yeah, I know I want to do that. And then the other cruise I want to do is not a cruise, but I want to catch the Amtrak from, I think it's like somewhere in Cali all the way to New York,
Yeah,
um, Central Station or whatever you call it.
at Grand
So yeah,
Central. I did it from Oakland to Detroit.
yeah.
That was
So
dope.
just to
That's
see
probably the
all
best trip
that.
I ever been on, man. And I was like
Yeah.
16 when I did it.
Yes, sir.
It was the best thing, man. You get to see it all.
Yes, sir. Let me pay these bills right quick, y'all.
Sure.
Don't forget to check out one of our sponsors, Bird City Comics. Anybody that's been around for a while knows Bird City Comics. They're one of the most reputable retailers out there. Um, I love Ann Lore. You know, a lot of people know them from Comic Book Women and Near Nirvana. They just good people in general. They release a lot of dope comic books, exclusive comic books. Right now, they got the Miles Morales Spider-Man 39 and the Amazing Spider-Man #5 connecting covers with Miles and Gwen by Peach Momoko. So there's a few retailers with this cover, but this is definitely the retailer that I will buy from would be Bird City. Their shipping is amazing, quick, efficient. I love their billing. Everything is just dope over there. They got some more exclusives out right now. They had that Twig, but that sold out. That was a hot book. They got some more of these Nakayama Department of Truth 14s in. Um, the Sweet
The 8
Paprika to Elote, the 8 Billion Genies joint. They still got a few of them. That's only limited to 500. That'll sell out.
Yeah.
But they got a lot of dope exclusives on here. If you use my code Ninth Wonder, you will save 10% off on the exclusives. And then I believe on ratios, I believe you will get 15% off, which they do have a lot of ratios still in stock. So I know a lot of people has told me, you know, when they go on the Bird City website that they're always able to find good ratios on here. Like they had the Grim. I know a lot of people were looking for that. So big shout out to my peoples over at at Bird City, man. Good peoples over there. They always get you taken care of. We got another contender in the building, my man Ultra Maximus. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. It is good to see the two of you, and
What's happening?
You too, brother.
chilling,
Time
man.
no speak. Was you on? You weren't on Drunken Chat last week, was you?
Man,
No, man, I was on the grind for work, and that's why I need a vacation from work itself, man. But that's why I'm home tonight. So I'm taking a little mental break and try not to drive myself too nuts and trying to catch up on some comic book content.
that's right.
Yes, sir.
We were just talking about that. Don't get burnt out, man. Don't let the
Yeah,
job burn you out.
They will
that's why.
replace you in a second.
Yes, sir. Throw you
Yeah,
to the side. Move on.
yes, sir.
So what's
That's why I
up,
wanted
live
to do
chat?
something like this where we can just kind of come and hang out and talk without, having to put too much work into it. Um, just chill, man. Like for real. I like making content, but people don't outside of content creation, people don't talk about is that it can be very stressful, in the sense of trying to create plan those slides when you want to do it right and professional and that take time, that take work. That's why I used to be one of those people when I would watch YouTube videos and dudes would be asking for donations or they got Patreons going and all of that. I'll be like, man, I like the content, but do I like it enough to pay for it? And I just kind of thought about it one day. I was like, man, you know what? I'm pretty sure these dudes is working hard.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, yeah, it's worth it because we'll pay Disney Plus, Hulu, and all of them, and they cancel their shows on us in a heartbeat, especially Netflix. And all they do is raise the price. People watch YouTube all damn day. Most people, when they wake up in the morning, the first kind of things you start watching is you're gonna check your maybe like your IG or your Facebook or your text messages, something like that. Then you're gonna slide up that YouTube and see what new videos pop, see which one of your favorite content creators got new content out. So you can figure out what you're gonna watch for the day. And I say, you know what, man? You entertaining me all day long, that gotta be worth something. That gotta be worth something, for sure.
Or I look at it like if you watch these, especially like the FOC shows, and they done saved you a dime or got you a dime, you can at least drop a dime. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
give a little something. You know what I mean? Because if you done made a couple bucks off of a book that they told you to go grab, just put your ear to the letting you know that it was coming out. And
You know what's really funny about that, Remo?
Mm-hmm.
I hear Ben Oliver's all the rave all of a sudden.
You know what? I noticed that today too, and I'm like, I know somebody that talks about that all the time. It makes a point to mention their name.
But you know what? It's one of those things. I didn't make an Instagram post, so I can't lay my claim.
Yeah, we know. We know.
Speak on it, brother. Don't bite your tongue. Speak on it.
But you know what,
Ben, I've been cracking jokes that Ben Oliver was Jeff DeCal from Gucci, like
wow.
all sorts of like weird, just sliding comments in here and there because Ben Oliver's fucking amazing. Sorry for that. Well, he look at his lines. I mean, the realism that has taken over in certain artists like styles. Some people really love like the realism and the almost photographic look. Some people hate it and they want their cartoony, like Jeff Scott Campbell style. So, I mean, you've got people who love all sorts of different art, but yeah, I mean, that's one of Ben Oliver's good ones too. And of course he's got a plethora of just like Red Sonja books and just other obscure ones that are just like amazing looking. But tell me you guys don't get a Jeff DeCal vibe from some of his work.
Oh yeah, I definitely do.
You can tell the artists that love women. You know what I mean? Like they make sure they catch all those points that as men that you love. Those little slightest little areas.
Absolutely.
And they make them look like, I'm like, man, that looks like a picture. You know what I mean? Like, so you can tell, like, you know what I mean? They put their soul into it because they give you what they like. You know what I mean? That's how they draw it. So I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I feel like with some artists, they art has a mood to it. You know what I'm saying? They not just drawing, like they're setting a mood, with their art. And that's the thing I like about it. Now with some artists, I will say that they set that same mood in everything that they do, and it's kind of hard for them to switch it up, It's kind of hard for them to switch it up, but here goes a Ben Oliver right here.
Mm-hmm.
That what I'm saying, like that's the first one I click on, and it's fire. Jason Momoa, the Aquaman. Is that Amber Heard? Oh,
yep, it's definitely an Amber Heard looking one. You know what I mean? So like,
you know what? Hey,
it's her.
So you want to see another one of his really good ones? Another one of his really good ones is the Joker #7 variant of Punchline.
I think I know which one you're talking about. Hold on, let me pull it up. Actually, let me get off this Wi-Fi and jump on land. Should be in here. 2021. Oh yeah, that's crack cocaine. That's crack cocaine right there, man.
You know, it's one of those that just when an artist likes to shine on detail and you see it, even if you're not a big fan of the character. Like I'm not a huge Punchline fan, but I know a ton of people who like sweat her like the second coming. You know what I mean? Like she's like better than Harley, and like I'm like whoa. Okay, ain't nobody better crazy than Harley. Okay,
Yeah.
so, but this
Man,
is another one of them, and he's got, to my understanding, he's got over 300 credits of artwork. So
that's crazy.
So
yeah,
he ain't new to this.
No, he's not new, and he's got a lot of books that are under. He's got a lot of DC work for sure, but then he's got a, here and there he's got a sprinkled in a Valiant book, a Boom book, and he's got a DC and Wildstorm book, which is wild to see. Some Gen 13, some Authority, you know what I mean? Like,
Damn, I hope I'm not blowing up a future Spec Matrix.
I know. I mean, it could have possibly been one, but there's other people who've done enough. So I'm not.
It was well documented.
Yeah, man, the thing I don't like is when people champion an artist's work and act like they discovered the artist. So like they the only person that saw the worth in the artist's work, Like it's a lot of artists I like that I really rock with. I like their style, but I'm not just gonna come out and say everything that I like publicly. And some of that is positioning in the fact that maybe it's covers, and stuff that I want to buy before, it gets out of hand, or maybe it's something that I'm missing that I just can't find.
Hold up. I believe that's I believe that's one of the first variants with the Black Jim Gordon, by the way.
Ooh,
that the Batman variant by Ben Oliver that you just held up on that last page there.
League? Yeah, these covers. Like, you can go back on my IG, and I was talking about these covers. All of them. I said I felt like they were worth picking up.
People's from what's his name? What's Jeffrey? The actor. That's Jeffrey.
The dude from.
Man, that's my buddy James Bond's American CIA contact.
Yeah, what I'm talking about.
Wasn't he in Westworld too?
Yeah, he was on Shaft. Remember, he was people.
Yeah, he's been in so many movies, man, and I love his acting. Jeffrey, and I can't remember his real name ever. He's now Jim Gordon and James Bond's CIA contact from the early movies with a new guy. Right,
Jeffrey Wright. Yep, that's right, Brad Selden, Jeffrey Wright. Yep.
No, I looked. I thought the Batman was better than people had made it out to be. When I went and saw it, I was kind of like, nah, that was from the minute had me gripped, and I just had to watch the whole thing.
I thought it was a good movie. I see some people saying that it was too long and things of that nature, but I mean, I just feel like America, we got such an OCD problem anyways that, it's kind of like people just can't sit back and appreciate stuff no more. Everybody got to be, in their phone. Just a lot of like, you think Titanic, Godfather, a lot of the movies is considered to be like classics, timeless masterpieces. Casablanca are long movies, and it's a lot of reason for that, in the fact that you can fit more detail into a long form movie than you can a shorter movie, and with those details, it allows you to build on the idea or the concept of something more so than, like, that was the problem with Doctor Strange, right? Is that they tried to fit a lot into a short window of time. And a lot of people are like, oh, well, why would they do that? And I feel like it's two reasons. A, they know people can't people can't concentrate on stuff for long periods of time nowadays. And two, they can fit more showings of a movie in within a day. If that 30 minutes is a lot. You spread that out over the amount of time that a movie theater is open, like that's literally, millions, at bare minimum, hundreds of thousands of dollars a day that they're able to make off that movie being just that much shorter. Which I feel like if you're gonna do that, that's fine. But a better thing to do would to be when the movie comes out on digital, give it an extended release.
Yeah.
Give it an extended release and make it longer. That way we can get those little details, and it gives you a reason to go back and watch the movie. Um, because because I don't like the way they did the Illuminati in Multiverse of Madness. It's
Nobody
like
does, man.
they
Because you
didn't
know
really,
why?
they didn't even explain
Not even
why
on a spec
the,
level though, just in general.
why the
There's
Illuminati was formed in the first place, right?
so what I found funny is that if you are watching all these spec shows and you are following everybody who was specking on books before that movie hit, there's people who have hyped themselves up into oblivion with expectations for the movie before it hit, so that when it actually hit and none of their spec pans out, they get upset. And then they start talking trash about the movie, saying, "Oh, the movie sucked because so and so didn't show up." And it's like, no. The movie was great. you just set the bar so damn high personally that you made it impossible for them to be able to hit what you were hoping for. But you know what? At the same time, I looked at it as this is just one Earth that has these versions of these people in it. Maybe our timeline's messed up is basically all I'm saying is maybe we haven't seen some of these characters because they are going to be coming soon. And yeah, that's another one of his good ones right there.
Good
And that's
Lord.
a regular cover price variant too. So
DC, man,
fucking
I've been
stuff.
telling folks about, man, y'all know how I get on my DC shit. But yeah, you ultra right, man. Some people spec themselves into oblivion to where they cannot appreciate. I'm gonna tell you this. That's going back to Third Sister in the Obi-Wan. I feel like it's a subsection of people that are out there mad they didn't because they look at it like, oh, that's that's a character that they could have took from my Dark Horse comics, one of my Dark Horse comic runs that I got 59.8 sitting in my closet. They could have put that character in there instead of this Third Sister chick. Like they'll let spec or the lack of their spec coming through ruin a perfectly good TV show or movie for them because that's how tied into the spec they are. You know what I'm saying? Like they value the spec over the feeling of sitting down and watching a TV show or going to the cinema and watching a movie and it being a really good, it being a really good movie or a really good show, and you just watching that, loving it, and not liking it because, oh yeah, I said that such and such was gonna show up in this, and they did. I'm about to get to go post all my books on eBay and cash out. Like,
You might have to hold on to your books a little longer nowadays.
Well,
Yeah,
and no, that's another Rorschach I was talking about too. That's another one of his good ones. Got a couple obscure ones from Dark Horse with the Sword Daughter.
yeah, I could be wrong about this, but he kind of reminds me of a mix of Jeff DeCall and Greg Land.
I see the Noto in it too.
Yeah, some Noto there too.
Yeah.
Hey, this dude. Look,
But it's that realism art style.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
I was just peeping the
it's like
glove.
realism, but it's not too far. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not going too far with it. He's kind of keeping it to where I can clearly see that this is a drawing, but you can lose yourself in it. You know what I'm saying? Like you can lose yourself in it without it. It don't look too goofy.
Very talented. I'm glad. I'm glad that people are starting to notice him too. Definitely needs recognition. And there's and we now we now need to find the next generation of who's going to be the next generation of Jim Lees and Todd McFarlane's and Eric Larson's and Rob Liefeld's and stuff like that. Like the influential, who's the big influential artists of the generation after the 90s generation that changed the game?
Yes, sir. When we was at MegaCon, James was walking the artist row. Looking at people work, man. That really made me respect Hive Comics even more, just to see James doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because
See, and I walk the roads just to see the artist interacting with other people, see the books that they got on their, just because there's some artists that actually had exclusives for the con too, and just see and not actually. I don't even have to meet them in most cases. Just to seeing them is a great experience. And but for those who wait in line to get a signature from their favorite person, that really is the best feeling ever. Is like, I did these things as a kid. Like when I was 13 years old, I was that dork with a briefcase. I printed up certificates of authenticity to have people witness next to me getting stuff signed. And I will remember the last couple of years of free signatures before they started charging money for that shit.
I think a lot of people don't realize that William Jones is tattoo shop, so he's into the arts. He's gonna find out. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna do the research before he just throws anybody out there. He's gonna vet them.
I look at stuff different for sure.
Yeah.
Dude. I mean, hell, we found a guy that we were so impressed with that we've already got him lined up for like 5 covers. And it's just stuff like that. And then I met an amazing art rep that I got introduced to, that he's got a bunch of talent under him, and his guys are hungry for work and they're really good.
Yeah.
So I mean, that stuff works out great. It's great for conventions with us. We're focusing a lot on that in Dallas and Denver. We're going to be doing a lot more walking around, a lot more meeting people, I think.
That was sick.
Shows.
Yeah. And, one thing I always be talking about is that I feel like a lot of retailers that do exclusives, they don't realize that the books they select kind of help push the culture forward. You know what I'm saying? If people see a couple of, man, somebody echoing, somebody on speaker, I think someone on speaker or something. If people don't realize that if they see 100, let's say they see 100 copies, every store doing a Twig variant, then they kind of look at, oh, Twig is a big thing. They see a bunch of retailers doing We Live, oh, We Live is a big thing. I feel like it's more power in a store doing a store variant on a title that might not get that much attention, because it's gonna put that on the forefront. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna make that. Hey, what's up, Aaron? It's gonna make people pay a little bit more attention to that when you get those store exclusives on it. And that's one of the things I talk about, where I think, I don't, at first I used to be, I'm not messing with no exclusives. I think it's BS, this, that, and the third. But then you see enough coverage you like, and you kind of like, maybe exclusives ain't that bad. Then you start to meet some of the retailers, and, they start breaking down the game for you. And I see, some parts of it that's a little bit more twisted than I would personally like for it to be. Like, I know some publishers are going to be harder to work with others. Then you got to acquiesce to, what the artist schedule is like, and trying to, find that medium in the creative space. It's a lot of work that goes into it. So I don't have no problem with these brothers that's grinding, trying to get their money. What I don't like is when people, like what happened with Dennis, Ultimate Fallout 4. People saw that, and when they couldn't do something similar to that or that exact same thing, they started muddying the waters and doing a bunch of Ultimate Fallout 4 homages. Like, you can't win every one, bro. You can't win every one. Yeah. You just say, you know what? I'm gonna sit this out. D got this thing over there rocking. I'm gonna sit this one out, and I'm gonna brainstorm to come up with a better play down the line, so I can have my day where I do that variant that damn near instantly, sells out. So that's just like, now that I know more about the store exclusive game, I feel like I'm starting to see where it's a lot of opportunity to where store exclusives they can damn near become the standard, for comic book covers, and it can open up a whole nother dimension of collecting. Like, I could see people, and it's already some people out there that's like that collect nothing but exclusives, right? I feel like retailers got to get to the point where they able to make their exclusives like Jordan drops. Like, look, when we come out with a book, you already know you gotta have it. You gonna need it. And
That's some things, man. But there's some books that have like an exclusive for each issue of a whole run done by a store who sells thousands of copies, and then all of a sudden, it's for me. That's what's like. I think a little bit overkill is when you got a certain artist like doing an X-Men cover every month and dropping a virgin in a trade dress every month, back after back after back. And I guess it's like, okay, if you really love the artist, you're going to be all about it. But if you don't love the artist, you're going to look at that and you're going to be like, well, what's the point?
Well, I think with stuff like that, retailers that do that, because we've certainly done that before too, but not to the extent that you're talking about, but we've done it before. I think you're playing to that artist fan base, which is fine. I mean, it's fine, but yeah, sometimes it does get played out a little too much, you know.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like I said, I feel like it did too. I feel like it's about the quality that you put into it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one thing I like about Hive City and Bird. I feel Hive Comics and Bird City. I feel like they put a lot of quality into what they do. You don't see a lot of the same ran through concepts, you know what I'm saying, on their website. You don't see a lot of the same ran through concepts. You see different things. And then, we get more retailers that are sharing, exclusives, which is, in my opinion, it's a good way to get a book in front of more people, because it's a lot of times where I show exclusive on whatnot and people will be like, oh, I never seen that before. Where did you get that from? And then that whole process of explaining all of that. So the more people you get with, sometimes having a store share exclusives. I've seen some people that don't like it and, some people that don't care and some people that, think it's a great thing. I'm one of the people that thinks, to a certain extent, it's a good thing because it gets the book, more visibility equals to more copies. So more likely it is that it's going to sell out traditionally on the secondary markets, the first hand market is gonna sell out, without it being any BS or tricks and mirrors, put in place to make people believe it sold out when it didn't. So yeah,
but don't you have some say so that like as if you're the shop that's doing the store variant, like it's on the artist to kind of like do some art that you dig, right? Like you can sell them, no, right? Like if they come to you with something that they just did or something like that, you'd be like, like you got to have something else. You know what I mean?
We try and limit the ability of that happening by making sure we put the right artists on the right projects.
Right.
I think the big thing, and it's something I picked up from being in the tattoo game for such a long time, is like the best way to get good results is put it all in the artist's hands.
Yeah.
And so you ask them, you send them a PDF, you send them like a concept or two that maybe you're thinking, and you say, hey, listen, do what you think is best and just send us preliminaries. And a lot of times these guys will go back to you with 2 or 3 preliminaries and say, hey, pick one. Which direction do you like? And stuff like that. So it works out well. But you get the best work out of them just kind of letting them do their thing. Like that bunny mask with Javon, all we asked Javon was like, dude, just try and do the best cover you've ever done, like you do every time, right? I said, and make it something creepy and colorful.
Yeah.
And he's like, I got that creepy and colorful, because we're like, it's going to be foil, so it can't be. We don't want it to be a dark cover. We want it to be something bright and stuff like that. And he killed it, But I think the big thing with like retailers sharing exclusives, like the good thing, you pointed out a couple of good things, but I think one of the things that people forget too is like a lot of the artists like Bird City and we use, and some of these other retailers use, are like up and coming artists that not a lot of people have exposure to them yet. And so when we get to share exclusives on some of these artists, it gets that artist's artwork out there to more of a larger customer base. So we're kind of almost investing in our own future by using that artist in that way, because we're going to make them a household name because there's 5 of us retailers pushing their work. So then next time we use them, we're guaranteeing the book to sell more because we've started to build that fan base with the artist, And that's been a huge thing for us, is like our first 6 months, running Hive, we used almost all unknowns.
Yeah.
You know, and a couple of them blew up pretty good, but that was kind of what we were known for, was finding these unknowns. And then the last year, we've used a lot of people that like people do know of, and we like that, and it's fine. But we're starting to like be more attracted to our roots again, and being like, okay, who's the next? You know, who's the next unknown? Who's the next artist that's only done 1 or 2 covers? You know, so that's kind of
you
where
don't want anybody kind of mailing it in. Like if they're
Exactly.
like a big time artist and they just kind of mail it in, it's like, hey, you're dope, and we get your fan base to buy the books, but I don't feel good about what you submitted. You know what I mean? And you don't want to disrespect the artist, but you know these guys. You know,
we've done it before. Unfortunately, we had a cover recently that we were going to do, and me and Jonathan had to make a really hard decision because we'd already put a lot of money into that cover. We'd already guaranteed. We put it down a down payment for the printing because it was an indie. It was a very indie book. It was like a self-published thing, and so we already put in, you know, a down payment on the printing, and we paid for the artist. And when the artwork came through, we're just like, hey, can they redo this? Because this is not going to fly. Like, me and Jonathan sat down. We're like, shit, we might only sell 10 copies of this thing.
Yeah.
You know, we're like, this just isn't as good as the other variants. It wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
And when it came down to it, we had that hard decision to make. Like, do we walk away from the money? Because the artist had some personal stuff coming up and just didn't have time to redo the work. Yeah. So it was like, we either put it out as it is or we just don't. Yeah. And so we ended up, you know, biting the bullet for like $3,600 and just saying, nope, never mind. You know?
All right.
And
two things real quick.
It's a hard decision, but I know Bird City's done the same thing. We had a conversation with him after that happened. And he's like, yeah, I had to do the same thing like not more than 6 months ago. You know, and that's part of the industry that people don't hear about.
Yeah. And
that kind of comes with the, you know, if you're working with a well-known artist that's got a huge following, sometimes even if they phone it in, the cover's still going to have a big enough following to sell. But as a retailer, you got to be proud to put your name on it.
Yeah.
And if you're not proud to put your name on it, then why in the hell put it out there? You know? Yeah. So I don't know. We've been proud of every book we put out.
All right. 2 things real quick. To expand on the idea of like, letting the artist control like whatever they do. Like whenever I get commissions, my favorite thing to do is just, request a character or 2 or 3, depending on what they feel like drawing, and then let them do whatever they do. Like, I always feel like that's going to be their best work, right? Mm-hmm. Because like, if you're too particular, then you're kind of like rolling back to like what y'all were saying before. Yeah. Your bar is set high and you're expecting to see a certain thing out of it. Dude, and the second thing is, I think they already did a cover of me on the Metal Society. I guess I just have a new cosplay to do.
That Radiant Red that we got back from Simone with her sitting on the top of the building eating a cheeseburger.
Oh yeah.
Like nobody ever would have asked for that. You know what I mean? Like that was totally the artist's discretion, just doing something the artist wanted to do, and that's probably my favorite cover we've done this year. So
I love those covers where
genuine
superheroes are. I love those covers where superheroes are eating on something on the cut. Like I love food covers. Yeah, I love food covers. Like that it just be dope to me. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a good trick to lose yourself in the artwork. You know what I'm saying? Like it's an easy trick. It don't make you.
It humanizes the character.
Yeah, it humanizes the character. Yeah, and see the way my mind thinks, I think in the fact that the way my mind thinks, like I already got ideas like on comic books I want to kind of do and write, and I have ideas of how I would want the artwork to be. Like for instance, like one book that I want to do, I want to have the cover A always be original artwork, original ideas. I always try to push the boundaries, do something that we haven't seen redone a million times. And then like the cover B would be an homage, and it would be so like let's say issue number 1, we would do let's say a GSX 1 homage. You know what I'm saying? Like always the whatever we homage is going to be the exact same number of that issue. So if we do issue 4, it's going to be an Ultimate Fallout 4 homage. Just have everything sync up like that. And then I would want to do my cover A will be the only thing available on national distribution, and then my cover B, which essentially would just be a store exclusive, will be only one store exclusive on it. So each store will get a chance to do a cover on that book. That way, you build up a fan base for that book. I feel like the store is more likely to sell out if this is the only place they can come to get an exclusive cover, and that's the only other cover besides the cover A for that particular book. Like, I know at the end of the day that people say, well, a distributor's and a publisher's job is to push out as many books as they possibly can, but I'm always quality over quantity, in the fact that I believe that if you create an experience that's good enough, people will pay more per item, and they will build up anticipation towards looking forward to your product. So when you do start to expand, you still selling out at the same clip. It's the Nike business model. They could literally, if they wanted to, they could, any Jordan release that they do, they could flood the market with these shoes if they wanted to, but they pull back on that for a reason, because they know if we make it easily accessible to everybody and we have a cheap price point, the materials that they make shoes with nowadays is cheap, is trash material. They make these things cheap, but since the demand is there, they're able to sell it for more, and it creates an experience around their product. And I feel like that's what I can't fault Marvel for that, because they they got to print a lot of books. There's no way around it. They got to print a lot of books. But with some of these smaller indie companies, I feel like they kind of missing the boat on that. And you have to take advantage of what Marvel can't. Marvel can't do super exclusive books. I feel like second, third printings, trades. I feel like you create the demand, and then for the people that just want to read, or the people that just want to say, "Hey, I got a floppy copy of that," that's where you take advantage with the trades. Do exclusive trades. Second printings, do exclusive printings. Don't run your product into the ground and bleed your customer base dry. And I feel like people saying the market is down. I don't feel like the market is down from a lack of spending. I feel like a lot of people are being bled dry. They're being bled dry by several different resources. And it's not just exclusive retailers. It's eBay, is different whatnot sellers. It's coming from a lot of different places, but some people just bleed their customer base dry, especially in the comic book industry. And I feel like you can't do that. I know personally, just like thinking outside of other markets, outside of comic books, I know with Nike, people don't realize, but I don't know if y'all know a lot about the secondary market when it comes to tennis shoes, but the Nike people have been saying that their sneakers app is trash. They've been saying that for almost a decade now. They complain on Twitter anytime a shoe drops about how trash the app is, and they never win a raffle on shoes. But guess what? As soon as a shoe drop, it don't matter what it is. They up at 9 o'clock in the morning to try to win that raffle. And the best advertisement Nike gets is when somebody posts a screenshot on Twitter saying that they didn't get those shoes, because the small percentage of people that did get those shoes, it makes them feel that much better about getting that exclusive sneaker. It makes them feel that much better about it. And that's the best promotion, because when people win, then when they win that raffle on those Jordans from Nike or Foot Locker or from another one of the foot stores, they go and post on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, like they just hit the damn lottery. And some people disagree with the business model, but I love it, because you're supposed to make people. And look at this. I look at it like this. You go to New York, everybody don't get to eat at Peter Luger's. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't eat Fogo de Chao or Roof Chris every day. You know what I'm saying? You go to Miami, everybody don't get to go to Carbone's and eat. But you know what? It's you and your wife anniversary. Okay, I'm gonna spend that extra bread, and we're gonna go for that experience. Now, truth be told, I could probably go in the kitchen on the grill and make a steak just as good as any of those big steakhouses. But eating that steak in Ninth backyard is not gonna feel as good as when you roll up and Roof Chris, and everybody in there is dressed nice. The waiter talk a certain way. You know what I'm saying? They bring you your food and present it to you in such a manner. You feel
You,
better. You
you
know
hear that,
what I'm
James? Knife is gonna cook us steaks at Dallas. Panic.
That's what I'm hearing. Yep.
Hey, I take y'all to
Chris.
I take y'all to Hutchins and damn look, Hutchins, boy, y'all like that better than the steak from my house.
Hey, to piggyback off what you said though, man, on those apps, man, I was trying to get my first pair of Crocs. They had these new launch of these Crocs.
The Salehi Bimberg.
The Salehis, man, I whiffed on all 4 pairs. The green, the lavender, the white. I was like, man, this is some bullshit. That's why I don't even fool with your shoes no more, man. I'm over it.
Yeah. See, honestly, if I was doing Marvel exclusives, I would take an L on like probably my first 4 or 5 releases, and just because you got to do minimum 3,000 print run, right?
Yeah.
I would drop that shit down to 100, 200, and just lose a shitload of money before I sell anything. I go on IG, wherever, post a video on my website of me showing burning those books, incinerating. Look, y'all, that's all that's left. That's all that's left. And really pushing that and driving that point home. Crazy. Some people wouldn't do it. I wouldn't advise any retailer do that. I know the idea.
Wait, you don't want to tear off the covers and create a timeline variant, bro?
And then get a grade by CGC.
And then get it graded and come back in 9.8. Yeah,
we're not doing that. But I'm all about experience, man. I'm all about experience. You know, it's a reason you pay, $12, $15 for some churros from Disneyland when you can go to the Mexican joint in your city and get way better churros for $2.
You get a dozen for $2.
You're paying for the experience.
I agree, though, and honestly, like that whole destruction thing has been like me and Jonathan tossed that around a few times and stuff like that, and it's been a hard pill to swallow, like potentially doing something like that. But when you've got, I don't know if I've got one sitting here. They started doing some of the publishers do the A cover inside of the variant cover because they print the entire book and then they just wrap the variant cover. But like stuff like that, you can do it and you just sell the A covers as A covers.
It's no need to destroy it
because
you
can cover
just
some of your costs, or you still got readable books like the Moon Knight that was done with that we did with Bird City, right? The inside's not the A cover, but it's still a fucking cover, and the back's still a back cover inside of the back cover.
So you just rip that cover off and you can donate them to schools or
exactly. So something like that. I mean, you can do it, and you can do it in a way that it's like it's still a book. People can still read it. You send out a reader copy with every book that you sell. If you did something like that, you cut the 3,000 print run down to 1,500 real quick, and you just sell like, hey, I'm sending you a reader and a variant. But you're taking
value.
On the cost.
Adds value.
But then we're back at the beginning of the conversation. You end up with the risk of a timeline variant.
I wouldn't worry about that because that timeline variant was just a result of incompetence. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just a result of incompetence. Like where the CGC should have been paying attention. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean,
to me, I like that. That's I ain't gonna lie. I like that. That's kind of dope that it worked out that way. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, but then you can end up with like what was it? Blank covers. Sometimes they had the A cover on the inside, but the only difference was the UPC was missing. Like, I'm not gonna call out the person, but I ended up trading books with someone. Ended up with a Champions 1 without the barcode. Like, I was getting ready to sell it, and then I was like, I can't sell this now because it's missing the barcode. Like, I mean, and then I looked on his page, and it ended up he had a whole bunch of 9.8s already graded, missing barcode. So yeah, so I mean, that's a situation that's tough, right? To be on both sides.
It's like what you won't do, somebody else will.
I mean, I'm not blaming that person.
No. That's what I'm saying.
I'm blaming the person, or who sold it to him like that. which like turns out to be like someone local to him or whatever.
Yeah.
So because at that point, like the blank variant's more rare than any of them now, right? Because people are doing that kind of stupid shit.
Well, I mean, but is it accountable? Can you account for that if you're really just taking the cover off? Does that still count as the same thing? You know what I mean? Like, you
Well, I
wouldn't
mean,
have.
if it's missing a bark, the UPC,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Well, but yeah. Because
then it makes it look like it's an error copy or whatever. That like,
Yeah.
hey, it's missing a UPC but then it's not
really. It was just they took the cover off of it.
Right. So that could have been like a store like trying to get a refund on an issue that they didn't sell. Yeah.
I did want to show this off because I don't know if y'all saw the comment, but Brett Hess was interviewing for a job in chat, trying to get Hive to let him do a custom cover.
We did his first cover.
Oh, y'all did? Oh, okay. Yeah. Y'all did do his first cover. Okay, I read that wrong.
Yeah, it's actually
let me do my first cover. Okay, he was saying much love.
Yeah, he did that. I Breathe the Body that cover for us last year.
Oh shit!
Yeah. It was actually kind of cool. So the reason that even happened was because a bunch of people in our Facebook group were like, "Hey, you should check out this dude's work. You need to check it out." And so I think we told somebody like, "Well, get him in here or invite him or something like that." And so he came in, became part of the community. And a couple weeks into it, we had that I Breathe the Body came up as a book we could do. And I think he was already working on the piece we ended up using or something like that, or he had just barely started it. And so we asked him if he had time to do a cover for us. And he goes, "Yeah, I can put something together." And he did this just phenomenal cover for us. And because it had so much community support behind it within the Facebook group, I mean, it was the 300 print run, and the thing, I think we sold more than half of them that first weekend. And then over the course of the next week or two, I think we sold out. So, he just had everybody within our Facebook group wanted to see the cover succeed, and they wanted to own a cover from somebody that they knew, and so it was cool. It was really cool to see. I mean, same with Staniak. Staniak asked to be on. He's like, "I wish you guys had put me on Turtles when we did our first Turtle, our last Ronin-1 quad variant." And when we had the opportunity to do a second cover for Ronin, we're like, "Well, shit, you asked for it. It's yours if you want it," and he killed it. So,
yeah, I like his style a lot.
It's deep. Like his artwork has a lot of depth to it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I could see him finding a good thing at is doing like the A cover for a series. Like every book, he's gonna be on the A cover. And then, kind of, because you look at the amount of detail in his work, like I just wouldn't want to burn that on a variant that a lot of people might not see. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I just wouldn't want to burn that on a variant. But when he does a variant, I feel like it got to be like a high ratio or, maybe even an open order. Maybe an open order would be good, or that store exclusive to where you can limit that print run down and really make that more like a piece of art versus, a comic book. And that's just what I hope to see, store exclusives kind of transcend the game to where you're making stuff more like a piece of artwork than just, hey, this is not just like your regular comic book. Like we bringing you high quality stuff.
Hey, so go back to that Siesta and Lucille. Do you know what that's a homage?
Oh, hold on. I was looking. I got a Lucille bat somewhere around here, but I can't.
No,
find it. My daughter probably.
But do you know what this specific piece is like a homage to?
No, I don't.
So it's to a painting done by Renee Marguerite. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but he did a painting called Siesta un Peep. So this is not a pipe. And so it's a painting, it's a surrealism painting of a pipe, stating that the fact that, hey, this is not a pipe, but it's a painting of a pipe.
Okay, so
yeah, so it's just like a classical painting or surrealism painting.
Yeah.
But let me share real quick something that Ultra was sharing in the private chat.
Oh,
or do I share that, Ultra? Yeah. So
Sure,
that's
that's fine. Hey, if I put it there, it's fine.
okay.
that's the homage right there. That's the original.
Yep.
Okay, damn, that's dope.
Yeah. So some art history lessons for you today.
Yes, sir.
I
Appreciate
love
it,
art
buddy.
history.
I majored in art history. It's finally how history makes sense to me. It's through because I'm a visual learner, and so seeing paintings through different time periods, like I understand history better. But anyways, all right. So you shared with us Spider-Woman #2, Marvel Zombies variant.
Yeah, look who's by.
Ben Oliver.
Ooh, nice.
And
That boy
this was
cold,
just one of
man.
those examples of a rare, obscure book that nobody cares about, done by a really good artist. And then there's another one in there that I like just for reasons.
Do we go ahead and share that tab too?
Sure, show that one.
All right, hold on, give me a second.
Oh, I forgot to.
So it's Ultimate X-Men 69. I'm a fucking 15-year-old kid. So yeah, Jean Grey being fought over by Wolverine and Cyclops. One of the best untold stories.
Everybody glosses over it.
Oh, it's
Well, yeah,
done
this
by
is
Ben
also,
Oliver.
just one of those books later in the run, but it's a Ben Oliver cover.
Yeah.
Man, that's one of them when they bring the X-Men into the MCU fully, that love triangle is gonna be one of the things that's gonna be a social media war right there. Good
It's
Bro.
gonna be
Lord.
bigger than Friends.
Whoa,
It's gonna be
whoa. Hold up. But what if the triangle is not Scott, Wolverine, and Jean? What if it's Scott, Jean, and Emma?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Ooh, yeah.
Look, Scott's a very, very powerful man. He's got the two most powerful telepaths in the world, one on each arm. And he's got the two hottest dates for the Hellfire Gala. Let's just say that's pretty awesome, but I've seen covers that have Wolverine dancing with Jean Grey, and they've actually got the height right, so it's a short Wolverine dancing with a very tall Jean Grey.
Exactly.
How secure of a man do you have to be to want to date a telepath, though? That's
What's
all I
up,
want to know.
Comic Man Andy? You want a link?
Well, I'm saying he was with Jean
I see
Grey for
Andy
so
in it.
long that he was able to cheat on her mentally with Emma Frost. But here's the really weird thing. Do you guys remember back in one of my favorite X-Men books, the first appearance of Trevor Fitzroy? Jean Grey actually inhabited the body of Emma Frost. Just for a little bit.
Didn't remember that.
I think I remember you talking about that in the Spec Matrix.
I know it was one of the Spec Matrices that I probably showed that, Trevor Fitzroy, if Bishop's going to come, Trevor's his enemy, and Uncanny 281 did have a second print.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. So like, there's a big connection between Jean Grey and Emma Frost, and like when House of X went down, and you see like Emma just like tossing Jean Grey a beer, like over her shoulder, like she knows.
Yeah, that was dope. That was sick. It's
Yeah,
like
man.
it's all good.
Mm-hmm.
See, if they do that love triangle with all three of them, man, with the two women in Cyclops, with Emma Jean, that might be worse than the Wolverine Cyclops and Jean Grey, because that is gonna split. That's gonna split the guys between Jean and Emma, and then that's gonna split the girls between Jean and Emma, but from two different sides. You know what I'm saying?
Did he
Women
really cheat?
who
Because
they
it
think is
was
the better
mental.
woman.
Did he really do
Yeah.
it?
Men, we just gonna be who the finest. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna come down to the actor that they cast into those roles. For the women, they gonna be looking at the character of the actual character in the movie. You know what I'm saying? They be like, oh, this is why I should. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be like Team Edward versus Team Jacob, but with two women like that.
Bring it.
That's
It's just gonna be a bunch of,
you know it's gonna be team blonde versus team redhead, bro.
did he really cheat because it was mental? He didn't really physically do it, but
that was his excuse too. And Gene was like, "Are you kidding me?" Like,
it's the same thing.
but you know
I
what?
didn't
You know
even-
what I love?
look,
Man, that's
I
a
didn't
hard
even
choice
touch it.
already. Blonde versus redhead. Oh man.
Well, and this is what I love about classic X-Men #1. And the back cover of that one showing Wolverine rapping to Jean Grey. he's all trying to play it smooth, leaning up against a tree, like, "Hey, baby."
But I mean, but that's been done since like what the Claremont runs as well. Like
Well,
that whole classic.
the Claremont run, of course, that's where he wanted to take it. He wanted to take a relationship between Jean Grey and Wolverine and take Jean Grey from Cyclops.
Which he should have did.
Was he the one that originally wrote that storyline where
because they didn't let that go down, he killed her.
Well, and then also what that Cyclops and Emma Frost had a baby together, right? Wasn't that part of his run?
No, that's Cyclops and Madeline Pryor, you mean?
Yeah.
Cable.
Yeah, that's who's the writer before Claremont?
I'd have to look.
I don't know. It might be Claremont. Yeah, it probably is Claremont.
Do you remember what issue it is?
I'd have to look that
yeah,
up.
I don't even remember what issue that it is because it's like I figured it's within
it's in
that
the
run.
ones. It's in the 100 somewhere.
Oh,
so yeah,
okay.
it's probably is him.
Yeah, because Claremont started at 94.
Yeah.
And then didn't end until like what?
What do you say, Professor X mentally has?
Yeah, if he was smart, he did. And then they just walk in the room and look at him like, "You motherfucker."
And that's just it. That's like you remember nothing, and he does that to the
exactly.
entire world. And the X-Men have been actually fighting crime since the 1960s for real. Mm-hmm. And then the death of Professor X is the reveal of the X-Men in the MCU. Because they all of a sudden they have to show up and fight somebody. They're like, "Who the hell are you guys?" And be like, "Yeah, well, we don't have a Cerebro or a strong enough telepath to wipe all your memory that we've been doing for the past 60 years. But hey, we're the X-Men. We're mutants. We've been here forever."
Yeah. But I mean, there's so many ways that they could bring the X-Men into the MCU and make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm just happy to have the cartoon back.
Me
when does
too.
that start up?
Me too. I thought it was supposed to be sometime this year.
Yeah, sometime soon. Whenever it does hit, Disney Plus is going to let me know because they're going to
guys watch the manga version.
That's true.
What's that?
Have you guys watched the manga version of X-Men?
Oh yeah. The only thing that sucks about those manga
good.
versions is they're really good, but they're short.
Yeah, they're too short.
Yeah, I don't even think they like 20 minutes an episode.
But I mean, like even the episode count is like.
Yeah, it's like a season or something.
Yeah, it needs to be. There definitely needs to be some longer action.
Yeah, what the Wolverine series is only one season, and I think the X-Men series is only 2 seasons.
Look, when Netflix debuted Daredevil and I saw 13 episodes, I said, "Hot damn, it's 12 issues and an annual." Yeah. Like that's a whole year's worth of shit. So if we don't get another season for a year, I'm good.
Man, I hope they don't get Daredevil on Disney Plus and do some 6-episode BS.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And see, I feel like
he has all the other seasons. They're going to be.
I heard that they are going to continue from where they left off. So everybody get your Bullseye books and get them back ready again for all them good Bullseye versus Daredevil stories. Because if they just transplant Daredevil, Elektra, Punisher, Luke Cage, and Jessica Jones, forget about Iron Fist because look, everybody hates him and everybody in the comic books already wants to see Swordmaster turned into him. So, just transplanting the Defenders over to the MCU and giving them a good writer is all they need. That's all they need.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see.
I really want to see Defenders back.
I really just want to see Jessica Jones back.
I just want to see Bullseye versus Daredevil.
Yeah,
that's that part. I want to see, and I know people will get mad and they will argue me up and down about this, but I really liked Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I really liked Agent Carter. I liked all of the Netflix shows because I love long form seasons. You know what I'm saying? I want you to be able to get into all the intricate details so we can really understand a character, and grow to appreciate. That's why I love Peggy Carter so much, is because of those 2 seasons of Agent Carter. You know what I'm saying? Because it's one thing to just think about the thought of a character, but when they did those ABC shows, like, man, they really got into, what I'm saying, like the little intricate details. When you think about, that time period when Peggy Carter was a young woman, not only it was just that was a misogynistic time. You know what I'm saying? So she had to kind of push, through, she had to kind of push through that, but they didn't make her like no damsel in distress. You know what I'm saying? Like she could carry herself. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't like she was like in a Karen type of way. Sometimes she would just ignore this stuff, and then sometimes, you know what I'm saying, she would actually, what I'm saying, apply a little pressure. It's like, man, they wrote that show so good, and they didn't beat you over the head, with the virtue signaling. They just kind of, what I'm saying, touched on it, but they stayed on the main plot points, you know what I'm saying, of the show. And I love that they had Howard Stark in the show. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the guy that played the Jarvis AI, I can't remember his name. It tied in so well to the MCU. It tied in very well. And I always wanted them to do like an old school Avengers team with like Howard Stark, Peggy Carter, and some of the other people that we know were around in the MCU before the original Avengers, and kind of do even just like maybe like a one-shot Disney Plus movie showing them, what I'm saying, on a mission doing some stuff together. Because it was apparently, it was people active back then with superpowers and everything of that nature. And I kind of feel like the MCU kind of cheating us in the sense that they don't go back and touch
Yeah,
on
they
that.
started after World War II.
Yeah, they should go back and touch on that stuff, man. It's like a lot of good content, in that material. And I feel like they kind of progressing the MCU along too fast to a certain extent, because you could have touched back on some of that older stuff, to kind of help extend it out without feeling like, you know, you running the same storylines into
Yeah,
the ground. They could have used that to explain a lot of stuff. Um,
yeah, like their jumping off point is at the end.
yeah.
Like they've already passed so much content. They got to kind of go back to kind of bring it all up to speed.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Well, see, my thought on it is that I feel like they trying to progress through um faster now so that they can get through a lot of the major storylines. And what they're going to start doing is introducing characters and storylines into the comic books, and then flipping them into media a lot faster. Um, because they can make movies a lot faster now than they ever could.
yeah,
And that's what you think about we just recently got Captain Carter, and she already in the movie.
I think
and
that's why we got her though, is because she was in the movie, and they were like, you know what, let's make a book to kind of help push the character along a little bit, and I think it did work. But have you noticed how many derivative characters we're getting at Marvel lately?
Yeah, I told somebody I hate to compare everything to shoes, but it's like retro Jordans, bro. Like they just make the same shoe in different colorways over and over and over and over. Because if somebody go to the store and they say, okay, I want like a hot shoe. Oh, okay, here go the Jordan 1. That's right up there with a Converse. Like Converse, think about how long Converse been around. Converse been around forever. You know what I'm saying? And every shoe, Converse most popular shoes now are just a derivative of the Chuck Taylor All-Star.
Mhm.
Adidas, shell toe Adidas, everything they do is just a derivative of that. It's very rare that something new along. Out of all people, the only person that's came into like the shoe game within the last 30 years that kind of just turned everything upside down and did all original designs, and his stuff sells for more than the classics, is Kanye West.
yeah,
Of all people, the guy everybody called crazy, You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know the
but it be
easy
the
drops.
crazy.
People be waiting for them and
Yeah,
fucking spending 2 hours on the computer and
Dude,
they wait for that
I got the Adidas app, and they sent me a thing. Was like 2 days ago. Like, yeah, go ahead and pre-order them. $350. And I'm just like, I'm cool.
No thanks.
See, I was a bigger fan of PF Flyers before Chuck Taylor's.
PF Flyers.
All black Chuck Taylors in my youth.
I have flat feet, so I couldn't really get on the Chuck Taylor bandwagon, even as a kid.
But you also want to look for the ones that were made in the USA and not when Nike bought Converse.
Yeah, that's hard to find, man.
So that's anything that's like pre 2003, I think, or something like that.
That's hard to find, man. Yeah. And see, here go the thing about Chucks. A lot of people don't realize a lot of Nike shoes and materials that they made with, you don't have that long of a short shelf life on them, especially if you're not wearing them day to day. If you don't wear shoes and you just leave them sitting in the box, that allows the materials to kind of settle in and start to decompose, especially like with the glue and stuff, because that glue sits and it gets stiff and it starts to break. But if you wear it, it heats the glue up on a regular basis and the shoe lasts. You don't have to worry about that as much with Chucks because of the type of materials that they build with. But something I did want to touch on, guys, man, I love it when somebody shows me a new artist. And shout out to Phil Chung. Man, I don't have his IG. We in a Discord server together, and he started talking about this artist. I don't know how to say his name, but I know it's R1C0. So I don't know if that's like code for something or what. But Phil was showing me, some of this guy's work, and I was like, man, this dude got something. I was like, this dude got something. So this isn't his first work, but this is his first ratio variant. This is Silk number 1 to 1-25. So I really like this cover right here. Now, after doing the first little research, this is actually his first cover, his first published artwork. Which I hit him up on IG, and I need to finish my conversation with him. And he did tell me that this was his first published work, Silk number 5. Like I said, and here again, another good cover. He also had this. Ooh, what happened? This White Fox number 1, Death of Doctor Strange, White Fox number 1. And another off-brand cover that he did, the Mech Strike Monster Hunters, which still for a property that probably nobody is reading. I think this might have just been a digital thing right here, but again, a dope cover. So I can definitely see something with the artwork that this guy's putting out. I'm assuming it's a guy. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm assuming that that with the work they putting out, I can see him. Oh, you know what? He has some other covers. He has a couple of store exclusives. I didn't put them in these slides, but he does have a couple of store exclusives as well. The let me pull it up right quick. The Black Cat, and then he has a Mary Jane one as well.
Okay. Also, real quick, Philip Chung, great dude. Got to meet him at MegaCon. At the the Art Germ experience panel I went to, and great presser too is what I've heard. I haven't tried him out myself yet, but I know a lot of people that send books to him. So his Instagram is Chungy Comics. I guess I can share that real quick. Well,
yeah, pull it up if you can.
Yeah, but he doesn't have. Yeah. Let's see.
So that's the Black Cat cover that he did. That's the store exclusive. I don't remember what store it was. Maybe I guess it was 616. That's the Black Cat that he did. And then I know he did a Mary Jane as well. That's the Mary Jane. That's the 616 as well. So 616, y'all owe me a check. I'm putting y'all on right now. Y'all owe me a check. But that's the R1CO Mary Jane. So
All
kind
right.
of he kind of off that, you know, that Art Germ, Derek Chu, you know, type of vibe. But
Mhm.
I'm gonna keep an eye on this one. I'm gonna keep an eye on this one.
And then here is Philip Chung's Instagram. He doesn't have any posts right now, probably because he's busy pressing. Usually a pretty good sign, right?
I know Philip Chung from way back in the G Plus days.
Nice. Yeah, he was only there that Saturday or something like that at Mega.
And I
So
was not there Saturday. So.
yeah, I mean, what
You
I
wasn't there
think.
Saturday?
No, man, I was only able to be there Friday and Thursday and Friday. I had that
Yeah,
kid's birthday
Thursday and
party to
Friday.
go
You
to on
right.
Saturday.
Yeah, dude, Saturday was you didn't miss anything
Oh,
other than
the
like
only
the
thing I missed was
SRG.
the long lines of cosplayers that invaded MegaCon on Saturday because that's the big day.
Yeah, because I was about to step outside to go smoke a cigarette. They're like, "Are you sure you want to step outside?" Because the line wraps around the door, like you know that upper reentry area, like it wrapped around to like I guess another exit or whatever.
So we
Yep.
had to,
And I
we
was
had
like,
to
kind of
slide
like,
down one of our passes to get back in because, yeah, they're like, dude, it might take you over half an hour to get back in.
yeah. And I was like, kind of like, all right, well, I will just go to my panel, you know, let my nicotine withdrawals like happen, you know, and then I'll enjoy that whenever I get out. And actually, that was kind of cool though, because then I went outside with James, and then we got to hang out with Derek Chu. Who else was there? There's like a couple other artists there as well. Kendrick, part of that whole like Art Germ studio.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, MegaCon was a good time. I wish I got to hang out more after the con, but man, when you really be on your grind at a con and you know meeting different people and you talking to different artists or trying to hook up with different vendors and you know make deals, man, that
Yeah,
junk can wear you out, man. Like,
that's why it happens after the con.
That's
and not,
it's hard for us because we've learned like any of the networking that we want to do when you're at the booth all day, any networking you want to do has to happen after the con.
after the fact, yeah.
And then, you know, we're not to bed till midnight, 1 o'clock, and we're like, fuck, we got to wake up again, you know, early and get there. And it gets rough, but, you know, you got to do, I mean, hell, we ended up hanging out with JPG and we worked out some pretty sweet deals coming up with us in that Spider-Man booth. So, I mean, it was well worth the time and the energy spent, and we had some really good memories from it. But dude, I came home from MegaCon exhausted for days.
It took me a week to recover, man.
Yeah.
It took me a week to recover. Fucking was out
Spoke too
with.
soon.
Oh man, that was on the Adidas app?
Yeah, I couldn't get the Crocs. We'll see if I can get the Yeezys.
I need them foam runners. Let me go to Adidas.
They let you get one pair though. It's,
See if I can get in there.
what size do you need? No, shit.
Yeezy say I'm the Yeezy plug.
we'll see.
But-
We'll see how it works.
See, man, I feel that's where these exclusive comics need to go. You got an app, you got to get in there, get on the pre-order. You know, you really gotta. You know, you really
Because
gotta.
it kind of incentivizes the people to buy into whatever it is. Like if it's a monthly subscription or whatnot, like or whatever, then you know, kind of like what the artists are trying to do with that, the one that
Substack.
Aaron's in, yeah, the Substack. I think that's what they're going for, but they kind of don't have the full backing of the printers and stuff like that to kind of do what they really want to do. You know what I mean?
Well, so it's like in a two idea thing, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to appease the digital market by having.
But that does. We all know that doesn't work.
Right. I mean,
It's
but I feel like
a
it's
broken platform.
well. I feel like it's trying to reach out to new readers, right?
Yeah.
To like, hey, if you're enjoying this story, here's a sub story that you can only get digitally, right? But then at the same time, here's this exclusive that only comes from this as well.
Yeah.
So it's like a two-way street, right?
Yeah.
Like
I'm all for the
they're
exclusives.
trying to please like everyone that's within the market already, and then
We
reach out
know
to a
that,
new market.
the market they're trying to appease, we know does not exist. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like
Well-
I hear people always talk about, oh yeah, the kids aren't doing that. You hear my daughter yelling upstairs, she's playing Valorant. She's not looking at a comic book, she reads manga. You know what I mean? Like she's not like.
But I mean, don't you see like the market trying to go towards that as well? Like
It is, but they're not doing it the right way because
They're trying to
these
force the
kids,
market that way.
they're just trying to force it, right?
yeah,
Like,
and these kids are not. They're much smarter than that. Like they go at it at their own pace. Like they're not gonna go because you say so. Like I have books stacked up for my daughter. I've been doing all this stuff was for my daughter, and just last weekend she was like, "Oh, we were watching Shang-Chi," and she's like, "I really like this." And we were at the comic book store. She was like, "Dad, buy me this," and I'm gonna pick it up. It's the new Shang-Chi, and she's like, "Yeah, and go back and buy all the other issues for me." I'm like,
hey, it's a good time to buy them. It's a good time to buy
but
them.
I mean, but
Prices are
luckily
down.
I already had them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I already had them. Luckily, I already had them. So it's just like, okay, let me slide these to her. And if that's what you start with, that's what I started with. I started with Master of Kung Fu. And then that got me into Ghost Rider and all these other people. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, I started with Master of Kung Fu too. My uncle gave me a few.
that's how it started with me. That and then Spider-Man, like everything else. You know what I mean? Like, whatever their natural progression is, as long as she's reading, she loves to read. So whatever she wants to read, I'm not gonna force anything on her. You know what I mean? Like she'll gravitate to what she gravitates to. You know.
I started on weird shit, and that's why I've got weird taste now. Like my
Yeah.
first comic I read was like 100 Bullets and Preacher.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
books like that. And I was not; those were not age appropriate books for me. By the
Yeah,
way.
not at all. But no comic books were. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like definitely when I was coming up, they were talking about stuff that I knew. That was why I was reading it because it was kind of almost like, ooh, I'm watching. My parents think I'm looking at a comic, like a regular comic book. They're in here sexing it down and kissing girls. You know what I mean? Doing all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. You know. But then I have to like watch some of those mangas because man, you go in there and they're doing it up. You know what I mean? Dude's putting all three in there and everything. I'm like, whoa. I'm glad I didn't give that to her. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta go through all of them, man, because they're the way they those books are set up for adults. They're not set up for kids at all. You know what I mean? Like you gotta find the right one.
You just gotta give her the classics, right? So
Give her that. He keeps seeing it at the comic book store too, because he has like the run, and I'm like, yeah, you're not ready for that, baby.
Here, watch the movie first and see how you react.
I have it on VHS or something. And I'm like, we'll wait.
I still get a kick out of when we did our first print and no heroin, and like the books were so damaged we destroyed. Like they reprinted the whole thing for us.
Yeah.
And so I posted a video of me like throwing them all in the recycle bin, right? And everyone like got so upset. Like you could donate those to like kids and get them into comics and all this other stuff. And I'm like, none of you have read this fucking book.
Yeah. You don't know what this is.
Not no.
It was like when Ultra was showing us that what was that book that you kept having to cover blank out the cover? The one with the girl on it's on Image. And she's a whore.
Oh, the Faithless. Yeah.
Faithless.
Oh yeah.
Faithless 3.
Yeah, he was showing us that. I was like, oh, I don't know if I can even bring that one into the house. I'm like, you know what I mean?
Well, it's a good thing it's
find that
artwork.
one.
If it wasn't artwork, you wouldn't be able to share it on YouTube. Did you know
Yeah,
that?
man. That shit was-
Ah.
I was like,
The
dude's getting it how he live out there in the garden.
Yeah.
Was that wraparound cover?
Yeah. It was
Is
that-
that
No,
what
it
you're
was the Anka.
It looked like it looked like Prince is Under the Cherry Moon album. I was like, oh shit.
Everybody was getting down on that cover.
Yeah, I was like, oh.
Whoa. I don't think anybody's going to care about Cyclone.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ninth? You're the bigger DC fan than I am.
Tony a funny dude, man. He be killing me, but this brother got some good spec, man. This brother got some good spec, man. He done sent me some nice tidbits of spec. Man, You know, nobody don't care about nothing DC anyway, but nobody sure as hell not about to care about no Cyclone. I mean,
Ooh, Eric S. Hurd coming in with the hard questions. Do you think if in the future we get a shrinking economy and sustained inflation, we'll get fewer printed comics by publishers, creating an environment of rarity?
Hell no. Dynamite's going to add 4 different variant covers every
Yeah.
time someone else doesn't
Yeah, every
need the
time
paper,
someone takes a book off the list, they're going to add 2 more.
right? That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
I think it's up to the publisher, or not the publisher. The company has to say what they want to do as far as rarity. If that's what their thing is, like if they want to hold back and like James said, print out 3,000 and only sell 500. If that's what they want to do, if that's how they feel like their business model will work, then it's going to take somebody to do that. You know what I mean? Like, and not sell the other 1,500. You know what I'm saying? Or 2,500. Like, it's going to be a conscious effort to make it like that. But then, and ultimately, what do you have to gain from that?
I mean, for 10 years later, warehouse find.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. Like in the short term, you don't have anything to gain from that. You know what I mean?
Well, that all depends. Do you only sell 100 of your 600 copies on your opening night, and then do you go to eBay and then hustle off them for $600 a piece?
I know, but it's like,
see, I don't like that. You know,
Yeah.
I don't like that because
Of course, that's shady as fuck.
yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Like,
just
it would
think
have to
about
be
it.
an effort to do that. You would have to do that.
Yeah,
You
James.
don't have to be
No, I'm
shady
joking.
about it. So if you got a 600 print run, and let's say normally you would sell those books for $25 a piece, $1,500, right? Cut that in half. Make each book $30. You in the same damn boat. You in the same damn boat.
No, but
You
that's
don't
what I
gotta-
mean, though. Like, as a retailer, would it be enough for you to have to go through that to do? Like, you're cutting your profit by making it rare. You know what I mean? Because you can't sell the other 2,500 copies because you're only selling 500.
Well, here's the thing, though. There's the flip side to this. The cost is the same to the retailer no matter what, right? Like, we do a Marvel book, it might be $8,500 or 10 grand, right? So we'll say it's 10 grand. After art fees and everything else, we're still out that 10 grand. But if we as a retailer know that we can only sell 1,500 copies anyways, then maybe it's in our best interest to destroy 1,500 and increase rarity to increase demand for the books that we know we can sell. Because like Hive can't sell 3,000 Marvel books. We can't, you know, unless it was like the best cover ever and people came in droves and just fucking bought the shit out of it, right?
Yeah.
And if you didn't have any competition either, right?
Yeah.
On that same cover.
Which on a Marvel book.
Which is, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing Spider-Man #1, anybody?
Yeah, if there wasn't 10 or 15 other retailers on it, right? But like,
plus the 10 or 15 that Marvel is doing on top of that.
Plus the ratios and everything else, right?
That's why I say the better money is, it's a gamble, but taking risk on books that might not be as highly ordered. And if you look back, and this is one thing I like about doing the FOC show is looking back, or even sometimes I just think back in my mental Rolodex from books that came out on this past year. Some of the best Marvel releases had no store exclusives and only a couple of variants.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of them, that Black Widow first Marigold, or Lucy Wynn, whatever. That only had it had, I think, the cover A couple of open orders, and then the one in 25. I don't think that had any store variants.
Well, so we've always known, all of us speculators have always known that mid-series ratios and mid-series first appearances are the big books. It's not the issue 1 first appearances because there's a ton of them. It's the issue 6s, the 12s, the 14s. Those are the big books. And I think that's even more so accurate now because a lot less retailers do variants on stuff outside of issue 1s. you know, when it comes to Marvel and Image books and a lot of Boom books and stuff like that. You know, you see it more now with Image and Boom than you did maybe 2 years ago. But with Marvel, you don't really see it all that often where you see people just doing random issues. And if it is, it's one retailer.
Yeah.
You know, it's not 10 of them. That's why I always gravitate towards ratios on if it's a first appearance ratio and it's like an issue 7, 8, 9, or 10, I'm grabbing everything I can. Because I know like there's a pretty good chance that even if it's a weak first appearance, the print run's still going to be low on a ratio first appearance, you know? Hive's already working on a book, but it's a charity thing, and we'll get more into that in a couple months.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I'm excited about Ninja Funk, JPG McFly book. I'm excited about that. I'm supposed to be doing an exclusive with him for that, so
Yeah,
I'm excited about that, man. I feel like that's the type of stuff.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah, I feel like that's the type of stuff the comic book industry needs. Like Marvel is good for the comic book industry, but it's also bad in the sense that people don't want to pay attention to anything else outside of that. You know what I'm saying? It's just like
I'm just excited to see JPG in Dallas again.
Yeah,
he's cool. He's a cool guy, man. He's a cool guy.
We got to take him to that barbecue spot that you took me to last time.
I want to take y'all to a better barbecue spot than the one we went to last time.
That sounds even better because I know what's his fiance's name? Tracy, right? She wanted some really good Texas barbecue.
Yeah.
I want to come to Texas and try some of that Texas barbecue.
Man, I love barbecue so much. I ate that for lunch today.
Did you guys happen to? I don't think you were here long enough. And the version that they had at the MegaCon was not the real Four Rivers. That was some bullshit. But Four Rivers barbecue here in Orlando is.
I should have asked you. I forgot to ask.
Yeah, it's all right, man. It's all right. I mean, there's so much going on. I mean, it's hard.
Man, but, my favorite food that I ate at the trip was Wawa. I've never had a Wawa sandwich before or hoagie.
Hey, Wawa sandwiches hit, man.
Dude,
they are a sub store with a gas station attached, not the other way around.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah, I had never been there before, and then like all my musician friends, they're like, "Dude, if you ever get a chance to eat at a Wawa, like go for it." So I was like, "Okay." So I bought a sandwich for that night, and then I bought an extra one to bring to MegaCon the next day. And then I was surprised security let me through with a sandwich. Like I just had it literally sitting on top of my bag. Like
it wasn't a weapon, so you were good, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's a sandwich, so I don't know.
Could be in the wrong hands. It could be a weapon. We had a funny story from the one and only time I've been to Texas. We did that Momoko Spider-Man book with Big Time Collectibles, and I didn't want to risk shipping all those books, and I had time, so I'm like, I'll just drive down and pick them up. So we ended up, I think we actually ended up flying down because the flights were cheap. So we flew down, rented a car, and drove them back. But ended up meeting up with Nelson, and something happened with the car rental thing. Like we weren't able to pick it up that first day. So Nelson came and picked us up, and took us to his house, introduced to his wife, and his kids. Absolutely lovely family, And so they're like, "Hey, he goes, I want to take my my employees out. We're gonna go out to get a nice steak dinner. You guys should come with." And we're like, "Absolutely." So we end up going with, and we're like, "Where are we going?" He goes, "We're going to like the best steakhouse in like all of Texas." And so I'm like, I'm all excited. So me and my brother are in the car, and we're just like, hell yeah, we're gonna get some really good, really good Texas steak. And then he pulls up to a fucking Texas Roadhouse.
Oh my god!
Look at each other like, you gotta be fucking kidding.
Fucking Nelson.
I thought you were gonna tell me he drove y'all out to Amarillo, Texas, and to eat that like challenge of that that like 3-pound steak or whatever.
72-ounce steak or whatever.
Yeah.
No, it took us to Texas Roadhouse. So we found out we're coming down to Texas for the con, and he goes, "Hey, I want to take you guys out to dinner while you're down here." And I'm just like, I don't know, man.
Which chain are you going to take me to this time?
Y'all got to roll with me, man. I'm gonna get you right. Hold on, let me show y'all this right quick.
He's gonna take you to In-N-Out Burger.
Oh shit.
I think it should be a
Yeah.
rule. Like if you're out of town, don't ever eat at a place that you can eat at back at home.
Yep. Never.
Yeah,
eat at
that's a cardinal
Yep.
sin of mine, bro. Like I'm not eating nowhere that I can get.
Yeah. If I had never heard of the company name, I'm probably gonna walk in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
But
guys
see,
are
in-
all the good spots, but you were in
Yeah.
the middle of the tourist trap, so that kind of happens.
Yeah.
In Texas, that's not necessarily a bad thing to eat. You know what I'm saying? It's somewhere that that you can get from Texas, just depending on the place, though. Hold on, man. I'm trying to find this picture so I can show y'all right quick. But
I was really surprised to see a McDonald's with pizza
what? Where you see this at?
in Orlando by the hotel I was staying at.
Well, you were staying next to the largest McDonald's in the world. You know that?
That's the largest McDonald's in the world.
You saw it was 3 stories tall, right?
Yeah,
When
I
you
did
add
see
the
it.
play place, it's 3 stories.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, I did notice it was multiple levels. I mean, but I did stumble in there like at 3 or 4 in the morning the first night I was there, drunk.
And you saw pizza and was like, what the?
I was like, oh, there's pizza here. Like, and what it really was, I was just like too lazy to walk an extra block to go to the Denny's. I was like, I better not get in trouble. I was like, I better just like stay safe. Like this.
Mel hadn't seen a Denny's in years, and he was like, "Bro, they got a Denny's." I'm like, "Yeah, man, that's like." Yeah, you know.
Mel was in that Denny's heavy.
He was getting service, man. I tell you,
The service was good though. I
ate a steak sandwich at the hotel, and had to send it back once because I ordered it medium, and they delivered it to me crispy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Well,
I'm
so
like,
I saw the opposite happen. Dennis ordered a steak at one of the hotel restaurants, and it ended up he ordered it medium rare, and it came rare. And I think James, you ordered a steak somewhere too, right? And it ended up being rare
Gross.
as well.
It was gross.
undercooked is good, overcooked is bad.
Well, I mean, we had that phrase in Texas. What if they ask for a well done steak? Then we ask them politely but firmly to leave, please.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, this is turning into a food show, or maybe I'm just hungry. I don't know.
I think I'm ready for 4th meal. Tell you the truth.
Man, if I can get this.
Until Mel thought Denny's was a 5-star restaurant until we had that gator gumbo or chowder, whatever it was called. That was really good.
Yeah, me and Dennis had that. Like I think the day after y'all had it, man. That stuff was good. That restaurant, man. Honestly, that hotel we stayed at, the steak I got from there was one of the best steaks I've ever had.
Oh man,
like straight up, that steak was.
I think if I go to MegaCon, that's the hotel I'm going to aim for because that was a really nice hotel. And
all right, so if you guys all come back to MegaCon next year, and we're all the steak and meat connoisseurs, there is a Brazilian steakhouse that has a buffet. All you can eat, all you can eat Brazilian steakhouse. And they come by with all the different cuts of meat and you get your sample. You
got to tell them to leave you alone.
You will be meat drunk, man. You'll be.
Oh yeah, that's like
oh no, man, I can't possibly.
That's what it is. Yep.
That's what we have.
I'm slicing off a little chunk for you.
But it's not a Fogo de Chao, is it?
Yeah, that's the one I go to.
I don't know the name of it right now because it's late.
Yeah.
What up, Red Hood?
What's up, y'all?
Ooh.
So that's where we went on for dinner.
That's
where we went for dinner on.
That looks good.
When we go here,
where's that at?
This is in Texas. This is on Saturday. We went. It's a place called Hutchins Barbecue.
That was right before, or that was last year's Dallas Fan Expo.
No, this is not the same place we went to, Aaron. This is a different place. Now the place me and Aaron went to, Terry Black's, they pretty good. But this place, in my opinion, is killing Terry Black's, and Terry Black's is good. This place is called Hutchins Barbecue. You order your meat by the pound. They got everything you can think of: beef ribs, pork ribs, turkey, sausage, chicken, Texas style hot links, jalapeno cheddar sausage. They got everything. Sides, you can get like the little brown container. They like $3 a container. You can get as many of them as you want, and you can fit whatever you want in there. So like if you want to pile that thing sky high with potato salad, go ahead. You can see on mine, I put 2 sides in each one. So I had green beans, um, pinto beans with brisket cooked in it, potato salad, and fried okra. I had the original sausage. I had turkey because I'm trying to stay away from too much pork and red meat. So I went with the turkey. The turkey was still good. Um, and then the barbecue sauce. Now, here's the kicker about this place. The dessert is free. Banana pudding free.
Mm.
Peach cobbler free. Ice cream free. All you can eat.
Oh man! So what you do is get that peach cobbler, top it with that ice cream.
And you just go up to the soft serve and just
Yeah, they got cones for the soft serve. The bread, as much bread as you want. You know, they got the drinks. They got fountain drinks, tea, everything. It's like the vibe of the place is like it's like what you would expect a Texas barbecue joint to look like. You pull up outside, the parking lot is packed. They got, the big industrial pits going. You can smell the smoke from a mile away. You go inside and it looks like an old, country. It looks like an old country place, even though it's like in one of the most modern parts of Dallas, but it's like right on that out. It's right on the.
now.
Yeah. Are we specking on restaurants now?
Yeah,
No,
we
see,
speaking on.
You guys are spoiled.
We're
You guys are
specking on
spoiled in Texas.
we're specking on food covers, and then
all
let it
right.
sound
Hey,
to this conversation.
Ninth, you ever eaten at Rudy's?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Rudy's out here, but Rudy's.
Yeah,
ain't
Rudy's
holding-
good. Hey, dude, their
Rudy's straight
their
in the
cream
pinch.
corn is badass, dude. You know?
Rudy straight in the pinch.
It's a
Then-
good like chain barbecue place.
Yeah, if you need
But-
some gas, you can get some gas too.
Have
You
you had
guys
the
are-
breakfast? Have you
You
had the
guys are
breakfast tacos?
spoiled because in California, our barbecue is few and far between. You'll do better probably going and buying it from somebody at their house. But how much did that plate cost? Because I'll tell you how much that plate would cost out here.
So we spent my plate alone, man.
$20.
No, I ain't gonna lie. We spent about 130 up in that joint, but we got food to take home too.
Yeah,
So,
but I'm saying
like
what you put on your plate.
Oh,
right
just
there.
my plate alone. My plate alone was probably about $20-something.
See, $20.
Yeah, see, in California,
$50.
that turkey probably was like 17 per half pound. The sausage was probably like another $8 or $9, and then your sides were probably like $4 or $5 a piece.
But see, it's like they charge you by the pound, right? Like the sausage was $23.99 a pound, right? But they said what I had on my plate, what I showed you in that picture, they said that was half a pound.
Total.
They said that was. I said, bro, that's a half a pound. They said, yeah, that's a half a pound. I said, all right. He put
That's
it on
like
the
a
thing.
whole sausage link.
He put it on the thing. It was below a half a pound. I said, all right. Either y'all scales messed up, or I don't know, man.
You know they don't
That turkey-
calibrate them things.
Well,
That
they probably
turkey, he
didn't-
said that was half a pound, but it felt like a pound to me. I couldn't eat it all, man. I had to take it home.
They probably like zeroed it out wrong. Like, how sometimes you can put like pre-weights on there.
Yeah,
but, like
well,
you're
yeah.
gonna put you're like, oh, here's my container. Because like my friend, I mean, not to throw my friend under the bus, but like when we used to work at Whole Foods, and then like he would check me out for lunch, like he would make the container, way less or way more or whatever.
Yeah.
And so whatever was filled up in there, like
Yeah.
my food was
So
already
the tear
discounted.
weight to be higher, so that whatever you put in there is not as much.
Yeah, he put the tear weight higher. So like
Yeah.
so
So they put your tray on and then they put the meat on. So I think maybe they calculate too much weight for the tray. You know what I'm saying? Because I was
What
like,
they
probably
should do is
weight
put it
or
on the
what's
scale and tear it out as what the tray is as nothing. It should be 0, and then whatever you put on there is what you're weighing. You know what I mean?
yeah. But I was like, man, I ain't gonna complain. I got lunch and dinner out of that. So I was like, man, I ain't gonna complain.
See what Tony said? A sausage sandwich is $20. Yep, exactly.
I wasn't expecting that story with Yi to go that direction when he was like, my buddy in his scale when he's weighing stuff.
Yeah, right.
And he's like,
I thought he was talking about something else.
Wait a minute. All right.
He's like, oh, Whole Foods. Oh,
No,
Hey, real quick, hey,
James.
James.
Whatever it says, and you cut it in half. That's right.
James,
that's
your books are ready, man. You gonna send me the form? I'll ship them off for you, man.
Yeah. I'll do it tonight. I'll email it off to you. I've got your email address, right?
Yeah, because like they're sitting there. I feel like selling them, dude. You know.
He's gonna go on Whatnot right after this. $1 1 minute.
$1 1 minute.
Fresh off the press. Hive Comics books.
I know James got some nice. He probably sent you some nice books, huh?
ASM 129 and Edge of the Spider-Verse 2, the black variant background. You remember that crease on that Edge of the Spider-Verse 2? Oh, it's gone. It's gone.
What crease?
Like the joke, and like that, it was gone.
It was bad. So
Oh, yeah.
I think that was probably the biggest hit on that book.
Oh yeah,
Did you press it before though? Before you sent it?
It didn't look. There were some weird scratches on it too.
Yeah, scratches. There was
an
indent in there somewhere. I think I remember, like pebbling, like it had been pressed with a non-clean plate or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then somebody pressed that ASM 129 and took the color off of the where it says amazing. You can see
that's trade dress.
Yeah, dude. Like that's a fucking crime because that book was like a 96, 98, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, dude. Huh?
How much of that did you fix up? Just out of curiosity.
He got a Sharpie and filled it all back in for me.
Man, it's like you just start crying, dude. Like I told you, Yi, I was gonna, like, I did every trick known to man just to kind of like soften that up a little bit. But man, it looks good. I mean, don't get me wrong. You might get a grader in a good mood that really doesn't, you know, they're thinking maybe it's a printer issue or something like that, and you may slide in with a 8590 because I've seen that happen like a lot. So. But
hopefully,
yeah, man.
We'll see. Either way, I'm sure it'll end up coming back better than it was because that was not a justified grade on that book.
Oh fuck no, dude! That book looked like a 9.8, but somebody used too much heat and they peeled the color off of the trade dress, and I mean it's like, dude, that's like, bro, that's like a dude. They ought to call the cops, bro. Whoever did that.
I couldn't afford the
call
book
the comic cops
like that though. So
not the $10 comic cops, like the $100 comic detectives.
Dude, I feel like I work CSI, dude. Like I start holding these comic books. Tell me what happened to you. Tell me what happened. Who burned you?
Who did this to you?
And I start like Phil's book, the Journey into Mystery, First Thor 183 or whatever. Somebody had cooked that book, man. It was light as a feather and fucking fragile. And you needed to put some pH in there, man, and readjust the pH level. And now the book's got volume in it, and it's you can read it. Before it was like so brittle, and
you don't want to touch it; it'll fall apart.
Yeah, so and that's what it is. That's how you tell if a book's been pressed out so much, because you've taken any kind of existing moisture within the paper and you've just completely taken it out. And it's almost like a leaf that dries and then it just crumbles. It's the same thing, man.
So what happens after that? Do you then turn into like the mechanic from Seinfeld and steal the car?
No, man. No, I'm too old.
You don't deserve this, Jerry.
You love it the way I love it.
That was good.
So how many people are in the chat right now? It's still a pretty private show, right? Kind of private.
Yeah. 21.
So we
episode 1, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
people gotta find us.
I don't want there's some things I want to tell you guys. I don't necessarily want 1 million people to hear. So we just
but
so
if
we
they tell two friends and
so what happened in the season finale of Friends, right? Was no. So
Wait, Friends is still on?
You guys
Yeah.
want to know the Top Gun spoiler? Top Gun spoiler?
Val Kilmer.
Penny Benjamin, bro. Penny Benjamin. You remember that kind of throwaway line at the beginning of the movie about the
Yeah.
Admiral's daughter, Penny Benjamin?
Yeah.
Well, Penny Benjamin is what's her face? Jenny Friesen's lookalike. Jennifer
Jennifer
Connelly. That's Penny Benjamin. And I was
They
like,
put her in there?
damn. And then like Bill Pullman's son comes out as Bob, call sign Bob. So you get Bill Pullman in an F-14, F-18, just like his dad from Independence Day. So that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, the president who saved us all from the
Yeah.
alien invasion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss the 90s.
Oh yeah.
So we got
best
told-
presidential speech ever, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
In history, yes.
I would have voted for him. Yep.
Remember, we would have went and fought some aliens for that.
You know, we don't know what the you know what? We don't know what the economy was like before those aliens like invaded, bro. You know what I mean? So let's not give him too much credit, you know? Like I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like
Gas prices could have been $25 a gallon.
right. We don't know that. We don't know the price of fuel. You never saw anybody pass by a gas station. You know what I mean? So
Ooh,
let's
here's-
not give that president too
I
much
paid
credit.
$6.44 a gallon yesterday.
We just hit 5 and some change
Dude, that's
Fries and
ridiculous.
diesel.
for 85. But my car takes premium, so
Yeah,
my
but-
car's sitting in the driveway.
Still
This
crying
shit
in
is
diesel.
fucking bullshit, dude. Like all these gas prices, dude. There's no shortage of gas, dude. Like
I
what
paid
are
$4.50 yesterday. Something like that.
you
My
know,
wife said they
For
fucking
regular.
with the gas prices. She said they fucking with the gas prices,
of course.
the formula, everything that they can fuck with us on. They fucking with it to get people to go back to work because through
Let's not even talk
COVID,
about the food plant fires.
people realized that, oh well, we can survive on one job as a family. So somebody staying at home with the kids, saving on the child care, you cooking more, not going out to eat as much, et cetera, et cetera. You realize, hey, we good like this, and we actually happier as a family. But you know, we commodities. That's why they tag us with a social security number. They want us back at work. They want us feeding back into the system. All of these companies that spent millions of dollars on offices.
They had already earmarked
you know,
all that before
yeah.
that.
They want people back in the offices. You know, it's a dirty game. It's a
They,
dirty
yeah,
game.
they don't want to sell it on shows. That's why they're taxing everything. And
But some of this stuff that what the government and these companies gonna have to realize is that it's so many ways to make money now. That's not your traditional sense of work. You know what I'm saying? Like you could sell books on whatnot, drive for Uber.
Just give me a
And-
scale. I can make money.
You can do a little bit of everything, man. Like and not have to really work. You know, be an independent contractor, have a crap load of write-offs when it comes to file your taxes. It's a lot of different ways to make money now, man. Content creators.
The easiest way, or not the easiest, the best thing to do is be an entrepreneur.
Yeah,
Whatever
I mean,
it
it's a
is,
good era to. That's why I say
Even
I always
if
felt
it's
like
not
I always felt like mentally like I was ahead of my time. I felt like I should have been born later because I would have been far more successful because I spent most of my life not being able to do the stuff that I wanted to do. I remember when after I graduated from high school, one of my first hustles was I worked at a shoe store. And I met a guy through eBay who was always able to get AirPods, not AirPods, but iPods back, you know, when they, you know, everybody wanted an iPod because we couldn't even put music on our cell phone back then. So I had a guy that would send me AirPods and I would send him shoes. I would buy shoes with my employee discount and send him shoes in exchange. So we talking about, you know, $400 or $500 iPods. Like he gave one time he sent me like 10 red hot chili pepper iPods. That was like one of the first ones that wasn't a black one or a white one. It was black and red.
Yeah.
I was
Dang,
making
you're talking about when Apple stock was $100 a share. days.
You know,
Back in the
Like-
day. Yeah.
before it split the first time.
I was eating good on that. But the problem that I ran into was that I didn't have enough clientele to kind of keep that product moving in at a fast clip. So I would have to end up sitting on stuff for a long period of time sometimes, but eventually it always sold. So it was like a good, it was like a good piece of commodity to have on hand, but it was always I can just sell it on eBay, or if I run into somebody that's looking for one, but working back then, I was working in malls, so it was easy because you was always meeting, different, you always meeting different people. But like my state of mind was like, especially when I was working at the shoe stores, was always, let me see what I can trade these shoes for, and to get something. I didn't want to pay I didn't want to pay cash for nothing anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't want to pay cash for nothing. I had got to a certain point, especially when I was living in California. I was living in a hotel that's paid for by the company. The hotel I was staying in was in walking distance from the store that I worked at. I was working at Bayfair, Remo. I was working at Bayfair in San Leandro, and I would just meet people, like people that could get cell phones, that could get whatever you needed. Like I could just meet people, and I would just be like, "Oh, well, do you want to get some shoes or something?" And I could always just buy shoes with my discount, and I'm paying 30% less than cost. And it was like operating outside of
he was in Hustle Central.
Yeah, that's what
he was 5 miles from Oakland.
That's why I learned
5 miles from the Oakland border, and everybody who was selling dope went there to go buy their clothes.
Yeah, I no lie. When I was living out there, I probably knew every dope dealer in Oakland. No lie, because that's where every dope dealer went to get their shoes. And I worked at the store that had all the Jordans, so that's where I learned how to hustle and kind of move outside of the normal American currency. That's why.
Who was out front? Who was the restaurant right there out front that everybody used to go to?
Right next across the street, or
no, on the mall, right out
on the mallway. It was a Chewy's over there, because all that stuff that's in front of there now, they didn't have that back then, because this was like 05, 06.
I know, but there's like a restaurant right at the front entrance. I'm trying to think, because everybody would go. Not TGI Friday.
I can't think of the name of it, but I know. Well, it depends on what side you're coming in from.
Because Champs was behind your store.
Because Champs was on the backside off of E14 back then.
Exactly. Yeah.
Across from I think Giorgio's.
Giorgio's.
Yeah, Giorgio's. Yeah. But hold on a second, my wife.
Yeah, that's where everybody would go and get their money. So you're gonna meet everybody that can't deposit their money. So whatever you got, they're willing to trade. They're like, "Oh, you got an iPod? I just happen to have $500 loose on me. Here you go, take it." And 2 pairs of Jordans, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And then you're walking back into the Apple store. I got to return this. Like, I received this as a gift.
And there was no Apple store back then. You had to go to like Fry's Electronics or something.
Hey, so like, what's the thing now is like the original iPods in box. Like super collectible. Like I saw one for a couple of grand.
Are you being serious or are you joking?
I'm being deadly serious. Like old Apple computers and things like that. Man, there's people that collect the shit out of that stuff. Like new inbox, like first generation iPhone inbox. Like, oh man, look at that relic there, man.
What's up?
It's an old school 80 gig iPod.
Did you know that Steve Jobs had a computer company before Apple?
I didn't know that.
And then, like, those computers are actually worth money.
And it still works.
Because it was like, there was not very many people that bought them and stuff like that. And I can't even remember the name of the company, to be completely honest. But someone told me about it in IT, and I was just like, all right.
So that's kind of information you need, because you fuck around. A lot of people might not know that. You know what I'm saying? And when you go to yard sales, secondhand stores, you got that knowledge, you know what to look for. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people might not know. Think about how much stuff has gotten thrown away throughout the course of the time. Like dope stuff that's probably just sitting in the landfill because a lack of not knowing, you know. That's just like one of my biggest things. I always try to learn multiple markets, you know. I feel like the better I get at learning multiple markets, that's why I don't like NFTs, but I don't completely crap on NFTs, and I'm always looking for an NFT commodity that I would be willing to buy into because I would just like to know that market so that I can recognize what the BS looks like versus something that's actually has you know, long term staying power. That's why now I'm kind of learning about NFTs. It's not about the idea of an NFT itself, but the company that's behind the NFT, right? Because if I can feel like, hey, this company ain't going nowhere, this company is not going nowhere. Like a lot of people buying into the board ape club or whatever it's board ape yacht club. If you got all these different celebrities, um, influencers buying into this NFT, it's more likely to not go nowhere versus an NFT where because now everybody got an NFT, right? Everything got an NFT. Like a company that I have owned stock in, DraftKings, they have NFTs, right? But I haven't bought any of their NFTs because that's not their main product, right? So they got something else. They got they're a daily fantasy sport. So I know the majority of their resources is right now is going towards getting um they want this on app gambling, they want fantasy football gambling, they trying to push to get all of that approved in every 50 states, then they can start working outside the country. So they doing NFTs because it's a popular thing and they already want to start to build their foothold in that market. But I understand as an investor that's not their main priority. So why would I invest in NFTs on this platform when I can go and invest in NFTs on a platform where that is this company's main priority and it's more likely to succeed? So like having knowledge of different markets and it opens up your mind to so many different possibilities and different ways of making money even with small investments. That's why like with sneakers, I wear sneakers. I mainly buy sneakers to wear them, right? But when a big drop comes, I can see a shoe and I know, okay, this shoe is gonna be good. I'm gonna try to get as many pairs of this as I can, so I can retail some for flip some for the quick flip, and then have some to hold on to. So when that shoe hits kind of peak value, I can sell it then. Like it's stuff that I never been interested in before that I could care less about myself that I will go and study because I want to find out different ways to make money from different products. Like my grandmother used to collect salt and pepper shakers, and I'm kind of hot right now because after she died, nobody in the family can tell me what happened to the decades of salt and pepper shakers that she collected. And I'm like, if they threw them away, just go ahead and say y'all threw them away, so I can be pissed off in that sense that y'all made a mistake. But if somebody holding on to it for sentimental reasons, I'm gonna be even hotter because it might be some money in there, and y'all probably not taking care of it right. Because I've been looking up salt and pepper shakers, and it's a thing. Tupperware, Tupperware, it's a thing because Tupperware they make nowadays, it got a shitload of chemicals in it. It's not as quality as Tupperware used to be. Tupperware, old school Tupperware is a thing. Casserole dishes, but this is stuff I wouldn't be interested in. But if I go to a garage sale, I know. Let me check this Tupperware. Let me check these casserole dishes. Let me check these salt and pepper shakers because there might be some money in there.
Rob is correct also with the statement. I forgot is in between when Jobs was let go of Apple and when he got brought back in. But anyways, yeah.
Like even fucked up shoes, like because people look for donor shoes. Like I used to restore like shoes and do customs and stuff like that. I'm kind of retired, but like I used to, man, I'd buy jacked up pairs of shoes on eBay, fix them up, and flip the shit out of them and triple my money. I did some Kobe's, and like when I oh, since somebody paid me $400, so like,
Yeah.
you know,
Restore
so
shoes
any,
is
you
like
know,
that's
there,
becoming a big thing.
yeah, there's money, and like, you know, you go to a yard sale, like, buy something. Don't leave empty handed, because something's always worth something to flip, man.
I was working for a shoe company as a manager of a retail store when the original Kobe under Adidas came out.
Oh wow.
The ones that were shaped like his foot.
The square,
Crazy.
yeah, they were like kind of squared on the bottom. I think it had like
Toe,
3 little
big toe,
dots.
and all the. I remember
Oh,
those.
so Red Hood, you were the one that sold John Morant the fake Kobe's?
No, man. Hell no, man.
I was
No,
just
he's the one who
joking.
sold what's his name, the fake Pokemons, right?
Oh,
the
somebody else got
Pokemon.
burned on Pokemon.
No, just Jake Paul.
Oh, okay. Because there's been people
Logan.
like scared
Joe.
scared to
Anything
open their
but you.
Pokemon. Oh my god!
And find
you
G.I.
know?
Joe cards inside like Jake Paul did.
Mm.
You know, honestly, like when he opened that, I was like kind of like, I used to have those cards. I was pretty
Right?
excited.
The G.I. Joe one?
Yeah.
But see, you know, my thing is, have you ever since he found those fake cards, have you seen anybody else get stuck with some fake Pokemon cards?
Nah. Do you think that was
Yeah.
rigged?
I think it was rigged. Me and McClay got into it about that, boy. I don't care, man. I think that was rigged. Or the only way we find out is if I think now people probably don't want to open up they sealed cases, you know, and stuff like that, because they like, man, I don't want it to be no fakes in here. So people probably just trading around the same fake cases, and we'll never know until another 5 years go by and somebody gets the balls to open the case up and see some fucking G.I. Joe cards. And
So you guys know like action figures are now they're getting rid of like the plastic case on the front, so you can't see through them anymore. So like you're not going to know if a figure's been swapped out until you open the box, type of scenario.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's why you just I mean, I wouldn't go and honestly, my thing about that is because I used to be a big action figure collector. Just pre-order your action figures from Diamond or somebody that has a Diamond account that's gonna let you pre-order. Like going to Target, and I don't ever find no good figures at Target or Walmart anymore.
You got to go to the Walgreens to get the exclusive, and you got to find out wherever the exclusive figure is being sold and go there. And it's usually Walgreens lately.
Man,
Walgreens.
I live by Walgreens, and I've been lucky. Like I walked in and got a couple figures that I know were pretty sick. I was mad that there was a Moon Knight I didn't get, but then I seen the new Moon Knight figures that are coming out next year, and I pre-ordered those. Those are sick.
Hey, bro, like nobody likes Lando, bro. Everywhere I go, there's Lando Calrissian, and it's like no, not Shuri. Like all I see is Landos everywhere I fucking go, dude. And I was like, how do you not like Lando, dude? Like, or why are you making that many Landos?
Why they hating? They player hating.
Because Billy D. Williams knows, and
But see,
this
I think
generation
that
doesn't know
Lando
that.
probably packed two to a box though.
Yeah, that's fucked up, dude. Because it sends the wrong message, man. Like I'll be in Target and I'll be like, nobody likes black people. Look at this, racists. Look at this. I'm gonna buy a Lando.
Hey, the crazy part is Lando actually lived. He made it all the way through. He made it all the way through.
And supposedly Finn was supposed to be his son.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right.
And that's why like in the end of the last movie he goes, well, tell me about your family. Where are you from? Like they had him talking to him. But I do remember they originally had plans because they were trying to set up the legacy of the original story.
Yeah.
But they got it. Execution went wrong.
Lando pulls out his wallet. Right. Is this your mom?
Right in their heart. But
Lando had like plenty of broads, man. He was the mayor of Cloud City. Like he probably has a ton of kids.
Man, Lando was a Mac. He'd get Chewie into bed, bro.
Yeah. And the fool had the Millennium Falcon first. So, I mean, come on.
Man, but I do miss when Walgreens used to be 24 hours because I used to shop at all of them in the middle of the night, and all
When
the
it
people
drops.
knew. Well, all the people knew that I was always looking for, the Star Wars Black Series figures, and they're like, "Oh, hey, did you see that we just got this one in?" And then just because I was like the only one in the middle of the night shopping for them.
You're
And
like,
then most
I'm
of-
cool. I already got it.
honestly, like sometimes like they had just unloaded it out of the box or whatever, and they're like, "Here you go." Like, I know you're probably gonna be looking for this. I was like,
We
yeah.
knew you were on your way in, Mr. Yee, so
Yeah.
we pulled your Black Series figure. We have them up here at the counter. You don't even need to walk to the back, sir.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for you.
Man, I miss my action figure hunting days, man. Me and my wife almost got divorced over fucking action figures, dude. Because you had to go to Walmart fucking midnight, bro, when they were stocking the shelves.
Yep.
And you had to get stuff off the pallets. That was the hustle, dude. I'm like,
Yeah, that's how I used to do it with Hot Wheels and shit.
like she thought I was on crack or some dude or cheating. I'm like, nah, like for real, like.
I'm by
There's
the
no
way.
way.
Can I ask a question? Are baseball cards for 2022 still hot?
It can be.
But
Tops?
see,
Hey.
Prism starting to heat up for football.
I would go for Bowman if you're going for baseball.
Because I was wondering why the Wawa has Tops cards.
Yeah, I saw that when I was checking out at Wawa. I was like kind of like, because it was like Top Series 1, like that product is way overprinted compared to like
My
the
Walgreens
previous years.
has hanger packs inside of glass now.
Oh
I don't
wow.
understand why more. I feel like it needs to be more major retailers selling some type of comic book product. Like, I know that's probably not conducive to like the online retailers, but I'm just thinking like from an overall like you got Walmart selling the 3-packs, which I really like that, but even with Walmart, it's a pain in the ass finding
I
those
want the
3-packs.
7-packs for $10 again.
They don't even sell them here in the Bay Area. There's like
Make Walmart packs great again. Like since they started the 3-packs, it's a bunch of stores that was carrying them in Dallas that's not carrying them anymore.
It's only the
And-
super centers, as far as I know. It's the only place you can pick those up now. And
Yeah, I
there's
think
a
so.
new round of 7 for 10s that are out there.
Well, I'm gonna get out there tomorrow and hit the super centers and see if I can find any.
hey, ninth, we got to try and go to the Niner Raider game on the New Year's.
Oh yeah, I'm going, bro. Yeah, I'm
going?
going.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there. Yeah.
Trying to get a what do you call it? My boy is trying to get a
Sweet.
suite, yeah, like a box or whatever.
Ooh, you need to hit up Big Leg for that too.
Yeah.
Oh
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
give
he's a huge
Garoppolo his walking papers, bro.
I mean, he's a huge Raiders fan. So.
They what?
They didn't they cut Garoppolo today?
No, we trying to trade him. No, we just told him he didn't have to come to mandatory.
Oh, minicamp or
Minicamp, yeah, because we trying to trade him. We
hey, bro, hey,
Lance is ready.
Deshaun Watson got another
2.
Yeah, 2 more, man. You know what? I think I'm
he
gonna.
got that money.
I think that motherfucker touched me too, dude. I'm gonna. Put
He
him,
never should. They should have never oh my god, that's the worst thing they could have did was say they gave him money.
damn, dude. They're fucking him up, dude.
I would have told the Browns, like, look, I want an extension, but
Keep
let's
that
wait
under
on that.
wraps.
shit. Yeah, let's wait on that till next season, so maybe I can play. And
Man, if you're a massage therapist, how are you gonna have your business in your house, bro? Yeah, my table's in my bedroom. Look, let's go in there. Come on, man.
man, see,
And they
that
tell him to
massage,
bring his. They tell him to bring his own towel. Like, bro, come on, man.
that
come
massage
on.
therapist game is cold because a lot of I'm gonna put it this way: if you a guy and you like to get massages, don't go get no massage in nobody's home.
They'll cut you up, bro.
Don't get a massage in Houston.
Go
I'll say that.
go to a professional establishment, Massage Envy, something like that, a national chain where they got cameras, not in the room, but cameras, in the facilities, because Robert Kraft got caught up with this massage BS, Deshaun Watson. I'm pretty sure it's other guys out there who not as famous or popular and got caught up with this massage therapist BS, man. It's not, man. Some stuff is just not worth it to do, bro. Not in this age, because everybody got an angle or a hustle. But at the same time, like, look, if you the type of guy you want to solicit for favors, don't go be hitting up common people trying to get those type.
Yeah,
It's professionals. It's professionals out
yeah,
there.
there's
For that, man.
professionals in the industry, but I think a lot of these people they're playing both sides of the fence.
True. I mean,
And
So let me tell you. Hold
he
on.
can't really he fell for it. So
Oh,
if you're not doing,
he
I'll
fell
tell you
for it
like
24
this.
times though.
no, but I'm
I
just
tell
saying
you
that.
like hold on. I'll tell you like this. The minute Deshaun Watson said he wanted to leave Houston, this fucking shit popped off, right? I guarantee if he would have signed a big contract with Houston, all this shit would have like it wouldn't even have come to light, And it was like the Texans, okay, you want to leave? All right. You know what I mean? Because why do you think this is happening to him? That I truly think that if he stayed in Houston, they would have made all this go away.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it could. Well, it's probably not that
It
it's gonna
hurt
go
our
away, but
economy from that, when he left. No, I'm just joking.
Oh yeah.
just think about this. Say you a massage therapist.
Is what he should have did.
Let's say you're a massage therapist and Deshaun Watson paying you $5,000 a session, and he coming to you at least once a month. $5,000 a month out your pocket gone. You're gonna be hot.
Yeah, but I would have had him signing NDAs, every last one of them. Sign this. Sign this.
Yeah, a lot of guys don't think. You know what I'm saying? They don't think that far though.
If you got money like that and you're single, and if you're not trying to protect your money by any means necessary, then you're a fool anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you're young
But,
on top of that.
Honestly speaking,
right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're a fool. Like,
if I'm him, I'm asking them girls, look, is you gonna file criminal charges or not? If it's just about the money, let's just let it be about the money.
NDA.
He got
we
more
ain't even
money
got to
than
get specific. Just sign this, and that's it. Like,
yeah, he got more money than the Federal Reserve. See, people don't want to talk about it this side of the law, but this is what it basically comes down to: whether or not he did or asked these girls to do anything that they didn't want to do. And I'm sorry, y'all, that we getting off comic books. We'll keep everything on track after this. It basically comes down to when it's this many people. I say it's more so a thing of, well, he was giving me $5,000 a month to massage him a couple of days after month, and now I'm not gonna get that no more. And look, a group of us is coming together, to get that money. Okay, it comes down to you gonna have to pay them one way or another, right? To make all of this go away is what it boils down to. You was doing stuff with them that you shouldn't have been doing, even if it was consensual. Now you essentially have to pay them
to
shut up. That's essentially what it boils down to. It's kind of like it's getting out of a bad business deal. It costs money to get out of a bad business deal.
I'll tell you what's a bad business deal. Like, if he doesn't play this year, he only loses $1 million of that, 50 million guaranteed, and I'm like, damn, who's his agent, dude? Like,
well, the
NFL
shit. Must have already told the Browns that they, he will be able to play this season, or at least for a certain amount of games. Like, hey, if we do suspend them, it won't be for no more than X amount of games. Yeah. So where the Browns felt comfortable giving them that type of
and the bad part is they have to the girls that came out, they gonna want some bread too.
Yeah.
Hey, what if a guy came out, bro?
You heard what I mean? You heard what she said, right? You heard what she said about him, right?
What'd she say? The one today?
Yeah, go look it up.
What did she say, man?
Look it up. Go look it up. I don't even want to talk about it.
Man, he's nasty, dude.
Can't even put that on comic book talk.
Wow. Nasty,
that's so bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
So make sure to use incognito mode when you're searching this.
Yeah,
he playing for the Cleveland Browns.
What are they going to do with Baker Mayfield, man? They're just leaving him on the team.
Yeah, they should have stuck with Baker, and they would have been just fine. Man.
Hold on, man. If Deshaun can't play, we got you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, she came out and she really went for the juggler.
Yeah, they gave him to what, $240 some million. I ain't gonna lie, man. If I was one of them girls, man, let me get my slice of the pie, bro.
Right, that's their hustle, dude. We
Let me
look
get
for
my slice of
shoes.
the pie.
Yeah, they look for money straight up, man.
Yeah,
Look.
I mean, but when those two, but if you look at them, man, they all like he definitely has a type. That's damn sure.
What did Andrew Dice Clay say? He said, "Man, if I was a chick, I'd suck dick till I had a mansion."
Wow, man.
And basically, that's what's going down. Because you can't tell me none of these. I mean, even if they are massage therapists, like you said, they know what it is. Ain't no woman in 2022 dumb. You know what I mean?
I beg to differ on that. It's a lot of people in 2022, men, women, everything in between is dumb.
Nah,
Idiocy does not
me.
discriminate on gender.
Yeah, idiots.
Yeah, but they should know.
It's an idiot born. Look, it's an idiot born every minute, brother.
That's true, but I mean, if you're in that business with that type of clientele, and you don't know what it is, then yeah.
Look, this is the realest thing I can tell you. Every girl that was smarter than me in high school, they're living a better lifestyle than me right now.
Absolutely.
Every girl that was dumber than me in high school, they where they at. That's the thing about Facebook. Every girl that was in honors classes with me is doing just as well as I am in life, or are they doing better than I am in life? That's no exaggeration. There's a few girls that wasn't in honors classes with me that are still doing good for themselves. Like the guys, it's kind of all over the place. That's the weird thing about men, right? We go through so many different phases in life to where we could be complete dummies throughout our childhood and our early adolescent years. And then some shit just click, when we become a little bit older. And I guess like that frontal cortex fully develops and we just turn into fucking Albert Einstein. But women, they're pretty consistent through most of their lives, Not a lot of huge swings with women when it comes to things like that. They pretty, if a woman is smart, she gonna be smart her whole life. She just not gonna wake up one day and hit a button and say, all right, I want to be a dummy today. They're gonna be pretty consistent.
But that's what I'm saying though. Like, what I'm saying? Like you said, I don't want to take it too far, whatever, one way or another. But like, I'm looking at all the girls, man. They're not dummies. Like, whatever it was he was asking for, they were giving it. Something happened. Like Joe said, somebody put a call in and made all of them turn their you know what I mean?
No, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying remote.
I know exactly what you're saying. I agree.
The team knew this shit was going on. And they could have made this
paid
all go away.
Told them, hey, we'll take care of you. Just come out and do it. Whatever. Whatever way.
They could have made it all go away. This is Texas, man. They would have made this shit all go away.
Exactly.
You would have never heard one Pete. You would have never seen one girl on Real Sports. Like
everybody would have recanted. Oh no! I was mistaken. Yeah,
let me see. Nah, that wasn't him. I'm tripping.
I feel like I totally feel, because for that many people to come out, and then they were saying in the beginning when it first happened, the lawyer that was handling it was like this slick talking, like, Texas attorney that was like known for doing shit like that. I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the lawyer, he's a complete sleazeball. My uncle works in one of the biggest law firms in Houston, one of the biggest law firms in the world. They worldwide, and like the lawyer that's handling that stuff, he's known as like he's a Saul Goodman off of Breaking Bad type lawyer. He's that type of.
Hey, you know what I would ask
lawyer.
Deshaun? You know what I would ask Deshaun if I could? I would have said, out of all the 24 women that have accused you of this, which one was really the best massage therapist?
And that's what I'm saying. I guarantee you, he can't answer that question.
You can't answer it.
That's not who he was. That's not what he was going.
You know
to.
what? I don't even remember getting a massage, motherfucker.
I never got one.
Bro, I'm gonna just say this: NFL players, if they get massages, the team for the most part, the team is going to put them, especially a quarterback like Deshaun Watson, the team is going to put somebody with them to do all of their physical care away from the facility. Like even when Tom Brady had the guy that I can't remember his name, but that he owns the TB12 centers with, the Patriots was tight about that, and they didn't really want to let Tom Brady have that. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't want to give Tom Brady his own people to do, his physical therapy and stuff. And they was even more mad. That's where they kind of started to fall out is when he got Gronk on that TB12 with him, and they started using their own trainers and stuff like that because these teams want to monitor that because these players are that's their stock, that's their equity. You don't want any old body, fooling with them, doing, doing some stuff to them that might jack them up. It's kind of like a car. When you get your car, you get a brand new car off the lot, you're supposed to save every receipt from where you got your oil change from. I even try to save every gas receipt. That way, if something go bad with my car, I can trace it back. Boom. I started having my car issue with this car on my date. I got gas from this, from this particular place. It's an issue, you know what I'm saying? It's a fuel line issue. They must have had something bad in they, you know what I'm saying, in they gas. Like you want to keep a record of that type of stuff. But like I said, we getting too far off of our.
Well, I was going to say, if they need an assistant like that, they should just contact Blind Adam. I hear he's got the hookup for that.
Well,
the boy undefeated.
I was gonna say we're in, if he's in Houston, we have like one of the best regarded medical centers in the world or even in the U.S.
What I'm saying, man, if you want it, you can find it, man.
I'm saying that they probably have
doctors in the world, man.
Well, so they probably have connections to the med center to get professionals to be massage therapists, and not these corner places on where you find in the back of newspaper ads or whatever.
Exactly, not somebody operating out of their trailer,
out of their trailer. Hey fellas, I'm gonna jump off. I gotta get back, get ready go to bed, man. I gotta go to work.
James, Hive got anything dropping soon?
I got
fellas,
something sneaky to tell you all about.
Oh, we like sneaky.
So, we've been doing whatnot, some of their convention exclusives for them. And we got told after the carbon fiber, that was cool, but what can you guys do next? And we got told to keep the premium coming. So I'm not going to get too into it, but I will say that I did purchase a carat of diamonds today to ship off to somebody we're getting experimental with some comic book covers. Let's just put it that way.
That's what I'm talking about.
I said diamond, a carat of diamonds. Yeah.
So you're going to be doing some diamond shavings in the covers?
Something like that.
Look,
so
all I'm gonna say is
some stuff up to some dude that makes covers that's gonna try and do some shit that he never done before, and he's super excited. Jonathan had a meeting with him, and he's like over the moon to try some new shit that he's been wanting to try for a long time. And we got told to keep him premium, so we're gonna keep him premium.
All right, so watch out, Logan Paul, CGC slab necklace. Here I come.
Do it.
Yeah. We're gonna see if we can cram a carat's worth of diamonds in a comic cover and see what happens.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure my neck is gonna be like this.
So it'll be a 1 of 1, is what you're saying. It's not gonna be like they're gonna take that 1 carat and shave off a sliver of diamond here for the next year.
No, we might do 5 diamond and maybe 20 emerald and 50 ruby.
Yeah, there you go. Now you're thinking.
Because you gotta, when every retailer out there copies everything you do, you got to change it up to eventually get to the point where they just can't, right? They just can't do what you're doing, and that's what we're trying to get to. Is let's get to the point where we're doing something that they literally cannot do, because we're the ones that help develop the process, and we're the only ones that are going to be allowed to do it. So,
are you going to patent the process?
We might.
Or can you?
Yeah.
Can you patent that? I don't know.
You can patent a process. Yeah, a manufacturing process. You can do that.
Yep. The a lot of stuff is manufacturing processes are patented, like Blu-ray, DVD, all that shit is patented. You know what I'm saying? It's the bumper, the car bumpers, that's patented by the guy that owns the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think he gets paid off of every bumper that gets sold. You know what I'm saying? Like Volvo, they own a lot of patents for different. Don't they own the patent for like seatbelts?
Well, I
Or
think
something
they
like that?
invented or they purchased the patent for seatbelts from somebody. There was like a movie on this one, and then like they shared it with everybody else for free.
Yeah,
It was
they
the
shared it
Tucker,
because it
right?
was the right thing to do. Yep.
Was it the Tucker vehicle? Was that the one?
I just remember there being a movie made about the guy who invented the seatbelt and Volvo purchasing it from him. I think is how it went.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but it,
he who holds the patent holds the power.
Yep.
yeah, pretty much. James, how y'all feeling so far about your y'all partnership with Whatnot? I don't know if partnership is the right thing to call it, but y'all working hand in hand with Whatnot. How you feeling
fun.
about that so far?
It's a lot of fun. They've got some you guys saw the stuff at MegaCon. You guys probably heard us gripe a little bit about some of the issues we went through. We found out that it's because they do not half-ass anything, and they felt it was half-assed. Our table getting taken away from us and us having to kind of adjust was based actually off of the convention organizers wanting that stage blocked off from 3 sides. So they had to take that table from us, and it kind of threw a whole wrench and everything. But they're making it right. They're doing something pretty special for C2E2 and New York Comic Con, where they're building out something pretty spectacular for us. So I mean, it's pretty cool. It's going to be a long running partnership. We've been told as much by higher ups and lower people in the company that it's, it's perpetual, and we keep helping them do really cool shit. They're going to keep helping us do really cool shit. So I mean, I'm happy with it. MegaCon was a success. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And,
the
networking that comes out of that too, man. I gotta say, I know a lot of it's ass kissing, right? I know a lot of it's other retailers like maybe doing a little bit of ass kissing and stuff, but the networking that opened up for us, like we got such cool projects coming up with like we were talking to Comic Tom today. We're rolling some stuff out for C2E2 with him. Trinity, like we've been talking to Trinity, we've been talking to Scott's, a bunch of these other retailers to do some really cool stuff that we wouldn't necessarily been able to do without that introduction. And so I mean, when it's all said and done, it's a great success for us, and I think it's going to make next year is going to be crazy for Hive Comics, absolutely crazy. So
yeah, man, y'all
Well, don't forget your first hire.
deserve it.
So just saying.
Your first hire? Who's that? You?
Yeah.
But
we
that's
got
I was saying on
some stuff
Drunken
to get
Chat.
for Dallas, but we'll see.
I was saying on Drunken Chat either last week or the week before that a lot of people are trying to position themselves to get a job with Whatnot. And I said in reality, it'll probably be somebody like Aaron that probably gets hired as an actual employee because he has multiple skill sets that he could bring to that company, which adds, more value in. I was talking to Jack one day or Adam, I forgot which one of them. And I said, honestly, I would love to work for Whatnot, but y'all couldn't hire me because I wouldn't have y'all level of patience with people. You know what I'm saying? Like today I was on Facebook and people were complaining about shipping. I haven't had one buyer complain about shipping on Whatnot to me since the increase. Not one. Nobody ever said, hey, man, why is your shipping too much? Not one. Like, if you provide an experience and a quality that people are willing to pay for, nobody is going to notice no $1.50 change on shipping, bro. When I order my shoes from Nike, I don't say, let me check how much the shipping is. Or they might be trying to get over on this.
Shipping more than the shoes themselves.
Like, man, I don't even look at it. It's some stuff. I don't care how much the shipping is. If it was more than the shoes or less, I would still, I would still buy it because I want that product and that quality, man. And I just, I really want to talk to as many retailers as possible. But everybody has different levels of sensitivity. And just I don't want to give away my ideas for free. That's that's my thing. But I think I have really good ideas, and I think I have a good vision on how people like to consume products, because that's what I've done most of my life. Been in marketing, been asset management, risk management, all of that. Just every level of business is my background. Um, in truth be told, if I could have saw a way for me to move up higher within AT&T, I would still be there this day. But I already knew this merger was coming. Like after one merger, since I've been there, two mergers, I knew, man, nah, I'd rather transition into something else. I'd have made good money with that company. It's time for me to look into something, and to look into something else. But it's just, now I'm starting to learn the comic book space more and more and more. And I feel like I learned a lot at MegaCon from talking to people like James and talking to people like Jack and Dennis Barger, man. Dennis don't get enough credit, in my opinion, man. I done seen some people shit on Dennis because Dennis is loud, but he ain't like that in person when you sitting down talking to me. And Dennis had dinner for like 2 hours, and Dennis like one of the most chill dudes. We talk before dinner, we talk during dinner, after dinner, just me and Dennis just chilling, talking, and he gave me like so much game. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at Dennis' approach to exclusives that he does, like he very selective in what he does. You know what I'm saying? And what everybody else is doing, Dennis is always going to try to be different than that. That's like some people don't agree with his political views. Like me and Ultra got different political views, but Ultra's still my man because I respect who he is as a man. You know what I'm saying? He's a provider for his family. He's a father to his son. He believes what he believes in, and he stands on that. I can respect that more than somebody who will go out here and try to have a politically correct view, but then they don't got no spine, no backbone. They don't stand on what they believe in. That's why I was very appreciative that Aaron got me on Flip Side, but I wanted to be on Flip Side based on everybody that I knew from Flip Side: Ultra, Mel, Aaron, so forth, Brian McClay, so forth and so forth. I wanted to be on Flip Side because of that. Once I got on the flip side and I started seeing stuff that was going on in the background, all of a sudden, I'm not asking to be on deal or flip side no more. I'm not showing up for shows because I already see what it is. Before McClay dropped off, before Aaron dropped off, I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I already see what it is. The whole Ultra thing, when Ultra wasn't on flip side no more, I was like, oh man, that's sad, but I'm always just two sides to every book. Ultra my man, but I'm not going to take everything at Ultra word. Once I saw the inside, I said, okay, Ultra, I know he was 100% right. I know he's not lying. Look, I have my fun on flip side, but I'm gonna just stay my ass over here on drunken chat because I don't want to be in the middle, of nothing. But Dennis Barger is a good dude. Dennis be saying some crazy shit sometimes. That's why I be getting on Instagram telling Dennis, shut your ass up. Shut your ass up, Dennis. But Dennis is a good dude, man. You can learn a lot for it. James, really solid guy. Jonathan, really solid guy. Ant from Bird City. I've never met Ant in person, but I talk to Ant all the time. Ant, really solid guy. Ant done taught me a lot. That's why I have like a new love for store exclusives, because I feel like I see something in the store exclusive realm that other people might not be seeing, even some of these retailers, right? Because most people, they monkey see, monkey do. They see somebody getting into a market space, they figure out how they doing a portion of what they do, and they want to replicate that so they can take, even if even if I only do half of what they doing, that's still good money. It's like James saying, they trying to keep moving, so everybody that's copying they moves, okay, that's cool. We 10 steps ahead of you. So it don't even matter. It don't even matter at that point. That's why I'm trying to, I'm kind of in the mode of, do I want to try to start doing my own exclusives, or do I want to get with somebody else? And because I feel like my ideas and thoughts is, I feel like, look, I can help take somebody's stuff to the next level. Just what I think to myself eternally. And I just see like a whole different I feel like it's a way. I feel like the biggest thing about comic books is that they have a certain perception about the type of person that buys a comic book, right? But I feel like if you can change that image, especially with social media, like if you can get certain types of influencers with a graded comic book or with a comic book in front of them, and everything now, the way society, this shit right here changed the world more than anything. That's look, it changed the world so much that people don't realize that some apps are developed so that kids have to stroke the screen in a certain way. And what it does is it stimulates certain things in your brain to elicit a response from you or to release endorphins. If you look at a lot of shopping apps, the process of checking out through your phone is set up the same exact way because somebody smarter than us figured out if we use these colors on the screen, we have them punching through here in a certain motion. Every time they go to make a purchase, they're gonna feel a certain way about it, even if the product ain't all the way what they want it to be. Let's hear the thing about it. I know it's about every comic book retailer. They don't have apps set up at all, or you have to go through a website, or their websites. If you're doing it through a browser, it's not set up the same way as when I go and purchase. When I go and purchase, like me and Remo, we just went in to try to reserve these Yeezys that's coming out. This is how they loading screen looks. I don't know if y'all can see that, but it's pretty much the exact same way that Nike's loading the screen looks after you go to make a purchase. That's not just them copying. It's like that by design. You know what I'm saying? And I figure like I feel that's something that comic book retailers haven't tapped into yet. They just steady looking at, oh, what artist can we do? What book can we get? What's gonna be the next hot book? They're not looking at, hey, why don't we use our influence to make a book hot? I'm gonna tell you a book that I don't even think is all of that, but it was pumped up by different social media influencers. And I'm not no conspiracy theories, so I don't know if this company was paying people to boost this book up. I don't know if it was just a truly organic thing that happened. But I remember when Something Is Killing the Children came out, nobody was really reading that book. Nobody was buying that book like that. The number one did, it did good numbers. It's the number one. Every number one sales. I went to one of my comic book shops. They got a quarter a comic sale right now. You know what's in them boxes? Nothing but number one indies that they over ordered on. Now they're selling them for a quarter. I have a theory that either some of the top social media influencers was paid to pump that book up, because when I started to get back into comic books, before I even started seeking out specific content, Something Is Killing the Children videos kept popping up in my feed. I would never click on them because I didn't care about it. Once I ran out of like Tales from the Flip Side videos and drunken chats to watch, then I started getting into the Comic Times and other guys, and I started realizing this is back when Jack and Brian was still doing their show, and like, damn, everybody talking about this book. Everybody is talking about this book. So before I even seen Something Is Killing the Children on the comic book shelf, I already had a perception in my head that this is a book I need. If I see it, I gotta buy it. I gotta buy any later printing, any back issue, so forth and so forth. Just by the constant social media grind of everybody talking about this book. Everybody talking about this book. I guarantee you. And that story, it's a good story, but it's not all that. It's much better stories out there on shelves right now that you can go buy in quarter boxes and dollar boxes. I guarantee you, if every major comic book creator we knew took any indie title and said, oh, this is hot, this is the next shit, y'all need to have this, etc., everybody and their mama will be tripping over their own feet to go and get that fucking book.
And it all depends on who says it.
It depends on who says it.
It depends on who says it. And here's what what's the name of this show? The Anti-Spec Show?
Yeah, anti-spec spec.
Okay. So here's my gripe. You guys remember Once in Future?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That was the book that did the similar thing to what was going on with Something That's Killing the Children. You saw that with the multiple printings for issue number 1. And here's the problem that Ultra has with Spec that is hyped up by the publisher for a book that is printed before FOC every time. So when you guys hear of a later printing and the publisher comes out and says it's going to be limited, and you all run to your comic book stores and go, I want 3 copies, I want 5 copies, I want whatever. The book's already printed. They already printed that book. FOC hasn't happened yet. They're hoping that they sell out, but they hope that they overprinted so they have a couple of cover damages. That's the honest to God truth. Then they announced the second print of the book before the first print even hits stores. You all of a sudden think that the book's going to be huge because it's already got a second print, which may be because first prints are allocated, causing a second print to be created. So they knew they were going to have a second print anyway. They print the second print, then they FOC it. You guys all freak out about it being a second print. No, it's going to be way shorter order than the first print. Trips to third print. Third print goes to print, gets printed before FOC again, doing the same thing. Next thing you know, you've got 9 printings of a book. Printings 2 through 8 are garbage. 1 and 9 are the heroes. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, what are you supposed to do? So you run into the situation where you have to be careful. Publishers will promote their book in mysterious ways. We, of course, know the tricks that are brought up by Bad Idea. I mean, donuts and boxes, bro. I mean, there's all sorts of good stuff. You're going to find so many different ways to sell a book. But what we really want and what really carries Spec value is good characters, good writing, good story, good art, and something that will keep us wanting to buy more issues, which I think Something Is Killing the Children does have a fan base now. Now, how they got the fan base is under mysterious pretenses. Okay, let's just say that. You know, the I think the printing game, the later printing game, because how many printings has number 1 gone now, Yee?
9.
8.
It went to
Hey,
Isn't
8.
the 8th printing the one that
Was
you
this-
had to get with Berserker, right?
Yeah, 8
This was 8.
Yeah,
that was
okay.
8.
So
See, they tried to put a gimmick on this book for this printing, which I didn't mind, but they messed the gimmick up.
yeah.
I don't know if y'all remember that.
Oh, I
Yeah,
do
the
remember
cover-
that because the cards were falling out, and they were like, "Wait, what do you mean we were supposed to do something with this?" Like,
We were
Yeah,
supposed to
Thor didn't
remove
even
these
know.
cards. What?
The
Yeah,
stores didn't
Boom-
even know.
Boom definitely dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah.
So, but is the hype gonna last? And for me, unfortunately, I am a fan of ancient civilizations. So I discovered an ancient civilization from the 1980s that was known as the black and white comic book speculation hype. It turned into a bubble and it popped. And when it popped real bad, a bunch of bag holders were left holding the bag because they thought that they were buying money. Okay. And that's just not the case. So be careful at what you do. Be careful at what you buy. Buy what you like and don't overpay, and you'll buy right every time. But yeah, it's a sick, sad world.
Man, thank you, Red Hood. Love you too, brother. So like when I think about like from the retailer point of view, this is a clothing company. I love. I love the way that they market themselves. I love the way that they release their products. So essentially, what they do is basically a bunch of different pop culture T-shirts.
Mhm.
Like This is a Prince shirt right here. I don't think this one sold out yet, which is very rare for them, but it's a Prince shirt that kind of feeds into a Dave Chappelle episode, you know, when they talked about, you know, Prince playing basketball or whatever, sweaters versus
Yeah.
blouses or whatever. So it kind of feeds in, you know, into that. And then they have like, let me see if I can show some more. This is a shirt that just came out a couple of Fridays ago. It sold out like the first weekend that it came out. And I think the design off of this shirt was based, I don't know if this building is in LA or Miami, one of them, but the leaves off on the shirt are based off this building. So they do like a lot of really tongue-in-cheek stuff. Like this is, you know, classic throwback fucking Von Dutch style hat. They just do like the most random stuff.
So
Then
do
they have like,
are they doing it like a drop? Like
yeah, it's like a
announce-
drop. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a drop. Then they have like some classic pieces that kind of stay up on the website just so people can have something to buy. This is a rip off of In and Out.
Uh-huh.
This one is a rip off of Shake Shack. Like I said, they have some stuff like look at their sticker packs. It's all ripped off of popular logo, you know,
Oh
homage.
man, that old English, Harley
Yeah, that
Davidson,
fucking
we got the
come on, man. Like
Lakers, we got Hot Wheels, we got In and Out, we got Blockbuster. Keep scrolling. I want to see if I can solve all these.
I
I
forgot. I
got
forgot
them
about.
all.
I forgot about one of the printings, the David Mack printing for issue 1.
I
So
forgot
would that be ninth print for that?
yeah, that would be nice print for that.
Because I mean, you know, it was in the 5-pack.
True
I
that.
forgot- I-
That is the see.
Yeah, I
That's why I
forgot.
asked the
They
expert.
go to the Apple hoodie right here. They released this in yellow originally, then they came back and released it in dark green. So technically, this is a second printing, but
I've got some clothes in my collection here that are limited
Jason, they released this on the Friday the 13th that just passed a couple of weeks ago. Everything is Friday the 13th. Oh, we're gonna release a fucking Jason shirt. Everything is done with a purpose. Pokemon hoodie. This sold out hella quick. They released this something I think on like the anniversary of Pokemon or something. Steve Austin shirt. I think this came out on 3/16. Hot Wheels shirt.
Stone Cold Uncivilized. That's pretty good stuff.
Omar. I think this shirt released a couple of years ago. Then they released it again after Michael K. Williams died. So you know, it's one of those things where they set a standard for their product. Godfather. I know when Ray Liotta died,
$47 t-shirt.
$47.
We are in the wrong business.
I buy damn near every one of their drops when it comes out. I buy it because they ship the same damn day you buy it. They ship damn near the same day. B, the quality is never subpar. They never get your order wrong. Everything that they do is limited. They set a standard for their product, and they hold on to that standard. They do not release shirts every week. So they let you ahead of time know, hey, we dropping a shirt this Friday. If you're on their friends and family list, you get the email first. They let you know, hey, we dropping a shirt this Friday. Have your money. They let you know, they give you about a week, 6 days, 6 to 7 days, heads up. Hey, we dropping a shirt this Friday. You already know. They set a standard for the product. They don't tap out their customer base. And that's the number one thing I've been on these shows preaching. I think it's too many retailers. They running the risk of tapping out their customer base. You're going to bleed your customer base dry by doing these constant releases. You know, it's like being in the store and it's like being a kid in a candy store, right? You see a million different things that you could buy to where you can't make a decision on what you want and what you don't want. Like my daughter, I think she's dealing with that right now. We were trying to order dinner. All she likes to eat is fast food, right? So I try to tell her, cook your own food in the house. You'll enjoy it more. Then when you go out, you will appreciate it more. But if you constantly eating out, you get to a point where you don't want to eat out no more. As an adult, we just say, hey, I'm going to just cook at the house. I'm tired of eating out. But as a 14-year-old child, she's like, oh, well, I'm really not hungry. me as her dad, you just woke up. You've been asleep all day. How are you not hungry? You're my child. I know you're hungry. The problem is you don't want fast food and you just don't know how to say, I don't want fast food. I would prefer that my mom cook or that my dad cook, and remove that decision from me to where I don't have to make the decision because I got to eat whatever you guys put on the stove. Because I've been trained and I know that whatever y'all put on the stove, I got to eat. Unless it's something I'm allergic to. Look, then she can, get something different. You're allergic to it. Nothing we can do about that. You can get something different, right? And I just feel like it's the same way with exclusive comic books. You have to train your people, your customer base on what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And I think it's gonna be like a day of reckoning where we're gonna see some retailers, they're gonna stay around and they're gonna be really successful, and some aren't. It's just what the way it's gonna be. And some people they gonna tap their customer base out, and some aren't, because I feel like we starting to get to that point where like the average comic buyer is starting to learn more about exclusives and the way that they work. And I think that's kind of wearing thin on some people, right? And they learning like, no, maybe this isn't for, for me, in the sense that they knowing which retailers they should be buying from and they shouldn't buy from. And I feel like that's a very, very dangerous thing. If I was a retailer, I would be concerned about that. I would be very concerned about that. But that's why I give the most props to Hive, because I always felt like they've been very selective with the way that they release they products. And even like the books that they released at MegaCon were some of the best-selling exclusives from MegaCon that weekend. Bar down, aside from the stuff that was like super short printed, like the McFarlane, the Crow, by BTC. Yeah, but if you think about it, that carbon fiber canceled #1 cover started popping off before that metal Crow did. That carbon fiber was like probably the first book that sold out in MegaCon, period, right?
Yeah.
Like, I know it was a limited print run, but still, like, motherfuckers was DMing me about that all weekend. I'm like, bro, I didn't even get one for myself. Like, that's gone, bro. Like, but who else had a book like that at the con?
Yeah.
I walked the whole floor, didn't see anything halfway as compelling. And don't get this twisted on what I'm about to say. No disrespect to Nelson. I don't got no problem with Nelson. He a good dude. One of my boys is tight with Nelson. Went to MegaCon with him. But that Department of Truth Eraserhead cover that they had, that's a nice book. I like that book. But in order to get that book, they said you had to buy the Metal Crow, right? So I feel like when you do stuff like that, in my mind as a consumer, it's like, oh, why are you giving this book away for free with this one? So is the Crow not worth 300, or is the Department of Truth book not worth anything at all, and y'all just trying to get rid of them, right? Which one is the gimmick? That's the way I'm looking at it in my head. Which one is the gimmick? Because if you feel like both of these books are worth something, this would be a completely separate release. And the whole excuse of, oh, it got canceled, so we can't sell it. But you attaching it, the only way to get this is if you purchase this. That wouldn't hold up in court. The person who had the cover canceled for copyright reasons would say, hold up. How do we know that the sales from this isn't driving the sales from that?
Because it's in the wording. Get one of these free as a gift with the purchase of this. And you know what? When you think about it, the price that you're paying for that Crow, you can't find a Crow #1 for less than that.
Yeah.
So if you get the limited metal one, not bad. I mean, that's still That's still a win.
Yeah. But see, my only thing on that is that when you do it like that, when you advertise it like that, to me, that's where it kind of look. If they come up to the booth, they buy the crow, and you say, "Thank you for buying this crow. Here goes this Department of Truth for free." I think them advertising it like that, I don't think that will hold up in the court of law. Now, I could be completely wrong on this. My theory is that the book was never canceled, and this is their way to build hype around that book. Now, me being the type of guy I am, I love shit like that. Like, don't make all your products just available for everybody to buy. Put some mystique around it. You know what I'm saying? Put some
like
mystique
some of the
around
stuff
it.
we found this weekend or that weekend.
What'd you say?
So like some of the stuff we had to go buy in that weekend, like it was going through hoops, man. Like we were like, really, you got to do all this just to get that? Oh, okay. And it wasn't just the crow. There was other places that were like, you got to buy all 6 of these, yeah,
in order to get that. But like,
I want to do a low print. I want to do a low print cosplay variant, and the only way to get it at the convention is you have to show up in cosplay.
So yeah.
I want to do shit like that. I think
is that a McFarlane foil Batman that you got?
Yeah, it is.
So that was at the MegaCon booth outside, right?
Yeah, so that was like in the line, like before you entered into the convention,
limited to like 1,500.
Is that what they said? Because
that's
I don't know.
That's the reason why I didn't jump in line for that one.
Well, I was waiting to get in anyways, and I was like, kind of like, all right, I'm gonna hit up the booth, see what they have, and then I didn't know that was gonna be there, and I was like, kind of like, all right, I'll pick it up, but I went because it was $30 there.
Yeah,
and I was like, everything. I bought multiples of everything except for that book because I'm like, this is stupid. I'm not buying it.
I was like, I'm gonna buy 2 and see what happens.
I'm like, God damn it.
Well, I was like, I'm gonna buy 2 and see what happens, and I'm expecting to see it at Dallas, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
gonna show you something that pissed me off.
Probably correct about that, and then of course,
I mean, history repeats itself, right? Batman
history does repeat itself, and as you know, there has been multiple Jim Lee foils that have come about from
the 608 RRP,
and then there's this.
Oh, I didn't even know about this one.
Okay, look. Spectral Comics. Look, eat. I'm not against nobody eating, but all the time I talk about lazy, monkey see, monkey do type of stuff. I'm just gonna imagine that this was not cheap for them to do. Maybe it could have been cheap. I don't know. I'm just gonna imagine that this wasn't cheap for them to do. But James, what you think? Would you think this was cheap for them to get this done?
I think the art was already paid for.
Okay,
so it's probably cheaper than you think.
Okay, so it's probably cheap. Okay, so it's a cheap thing for them to get done, right?
So look what they did, though. They took that foil from MegaCon, right, which I thought was actually at an artist table, and then they just made a virgin color of it. They're limiting that one to 1,000, and then they got a black and white with trade dress and a black and white virgin. That's fucking cheap, and those are gonna be the books that people settle for when the color sells out.
And I guarantee you, it's not printed on cardstock paper like most DC variants actually are. It's gonna be on regular old paper, like. But people are gonna buy this, and it's not my job to tell people what to buy and what not to buy.
Right.
It's just one of those things. Like I say, I wonder. Like,
I would be hunting those Spawn homage ones instead. I mean, I know it's like expensive already, but still, I'm sure you can find these.
I can't remember what artist did the one where they showed it's Batman lifting his leg on the right hand side around the girl. It's pretty awesome.
I think that was a Photoshop job, right?
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. It's just some weird. I don't know. It's just something weird when I see something like this. Like, it's like, is that what exclusives is gonna be? Okay, I see one person doing this, So I'm gonna try to find a way to do like
I'm excited in Dallas to see
Wait.
how many people are doing carbon fiber comics now.
Didn't that actually happen? Don't we know somebody who did an exclusive that did the trade dress, and then another store took the exclusive art and did a version of it?
let me show you this.
It happens.
I'm gonna show you something that pissed Mel off.
Oh, are you talking about that Moon Girl book?
Oh man, shout out all these retailers, man. Shout out Frankie's Comics, man.
Yeah, but
so I think this is an open order cover from Miles Morales and Moon Girl #1. It's open order, and so they just took the trade off and made it a virgin.
Yeah, they've done it before.
They've done it. A lot of retailers have done it before. It's just
lazy.
Yeah,
it's not even about it being lazy. Like I said, I look at it from the fact of like you couldn't provide your customer with a better experience from this. Now, some people gonna buy it because they got FOMO, and I know some people like to do the trade and virgin sets, but I'm just willing to bet that the amount of people who have to have trade and virgin is in many books possible, or the amount of people that only collect virgin books, virgin covers only, is minimal. I'm gonna just guess that is minimal.
But it's a niche market. It's like people who collect action figure variants, or people who collect trading card variants, or people who collect foil variants. You know, like believe it or not, the local store did tell me about some guy walking, and he's like, "I want every virgin cover you've got."
I had a dude hit me up like that on Whatnot to show me all the virgins you got. I'm like,
oh yeah,
are we talking about the same type of virgins, bro? Or... But I mean, like, to me personally, and I guess sometimes I think
that's good.
I guess 4 interest-free payments of $5.
Hey man, can't knock the hustle.
Look, I've been there before, brother. I've been there before, man, where look, down to my last in the bank account, it really needs something, man, you know. But you know, my thing is like, I feel like the thing I worry about is how many, because you got to worry about, it's like karma. You got to worry about what you're putting out there, right? Because then you start to receive that same thing back. Like if instead of nickel and diming my customers on virgin variants, you know, unless Marvel specifically said, hey, Frankie, can you know, Frankie's Comics, can y'all do a virgin on this Moon Girl cover, because we want to try to make a little bit more money off of this art. We paid Peach a good little bag to do this cover, and we want to try to get a little bit more money. Can y'all do this for us as a favor? I understand that part of a game, you know, that part of the game. Or maybe Marvel was like, hey, if y'all want to do this cover, you got to take this too. You got to do a Moon Girl and Miles cover. But interesting thing, outside of this, which I'm not going to count this as a store exclusive because they reusing original Marvel art, the Ivantow Moon Girl cover and then the Chrissy Zulo Moon Girl cover, the only 2 store exclusives out there. How does that happen?
Very carefully, because people don't care about these books is what they're thinking, and they're low ordered like they were when they were in production. What did Moon Girl finish out at, man? Like 6,000 in sales? Under 6K?
The last issue,
the final issue. Yeah, that's fucking nuts. That's like 3 times below the threshold of Marvel cancelability, because when Marvel's looking at a book, if it starts selling like that, that's a clear cut cancel, reboot, new #1 relaunch, if it is a popular enough title to do so. And when they canceled Moon Girl, it was like, why are they doing that? And then of course sales figures coming out much later, and you're like, oh wow, that's why they're doing it.
Yeah,
but
I applaud Marvel for sticking with it that long though.
But they believe that. That's just it, man. They believe in the character. And then of course Lawrence Fishburne, you know, Morpheus, being attached to the development of her animated series is a big deal, I think. So
It does.
we'll
If Marvel markets it right, the black community will pay the same way the black community paid Marvel and Disney back on Black Panther. They will pay them back on Moon Girl.
but let's just hope it doesn't take as long as it did from the creation of Black Panther to pay off as it did for the creation of Moon Girl to pay off at the same time.
Yeah, they gotta do it. They just have to. They gotta market it correctly. They gotta learn how to market it. And nowadays, you can't market through commercials and stuff like that. You have to go to social media influencers, because I can tell you, as a black person, I can tell you one thing about our community. We into whatever is the lowest effective cost on media. When they used to have dollar movies, you mainly saw black people at the dollar movies, because we could go see every movie that came out within the last couple of months. We could go to like 3 movies, and you know what I'm saying, in one day, in one trip, and see three of those movies. Me and my wife first ever date was to a dollar movie. We saw, I think, Final Destination or something like that. One of the Final Destinations. We saw it at the dollar movies. That's one of our first dates. It's one of those things where black people, we heavy on social media. Companies, without breaking any NDAs from when I was working at AT&T, I know personally that companies figure out ways to target black people. Do you see this Klarna stuff right here? 4 interest-free payments of $5, specifically targeted towards lower income and minority demographics. Specifically.
Well, just some people who want more than what they can afford. So they find interesting ways to afford what they want. And some companies figure that out. But the interest-free payments thing is what's interesting about this.
But see, here's the trick to that. And this what is a deeper, darker, sinister plot. Interest-free. Cool. So you go around, you start buying, okay, I got approved for $20 for this, they got a minimum, right? So I think like $35, $50, because it's a bunch of companies out here doing this, right? So they minimum normally be like $35, $50. They will give you like off the rip, like $1,000 in credit. Most, even lowest, the fucking lowest of the low credit card companies won't give you no more than $300, $350. They giving people $1,000. So what they do is you have to attach it to your debit card, right? You go and make your purchases. You can buy boom, 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 boom. Site after site after site. It's coming out of your account every 2 weeks. Let's say they go to pull that money, they ain't got it. They hit you with a fee.
Mm-hmm.
They hit you, you ain't got it. Okay, hit you with another fee. You realize I didn't charge way too much stuff up. Okay, I'm gonna change my debit card number so they can't hit my card. They sell it off. Eventually they're gonna turn it into a debt. They're gonna sell the debt off to a collection agency and make money off of that. It's a damn near a foolproof business. They're gonna charge it off on your credit. They're gonna sell it off to a collection agency. Let's say eventually you get the money to pay it off. They done made money off of the fees. They done made money off of selling it to a collection agency. And then you turn back around and pay the debt. It's a numbers game. If you get the people that's just using your service, week to week, and they paying everything off, they still gonna make money off of that, because what they do is they charge the business a fee for their customer using their service, right? So either way, it's damn near a foolproof business. But wait, the scammers will eventually figure out a way to break this and use it against these companies. The scammers will figure it out. I just don't think they're paying much attention, but eventually they'll figure it out. But that goes back, just to jump back into comics, it goes back into my point of you have to learn who you're trying to market your product to, right? And I think that's what a lot of these retailers are missing out on. You got to learn who. Sometimes it's not even about who you market to, but who do you want as your customers? And this is one thing I talk about as a whatnot seller all the time. I rather sell my books, start my books at half of what they go for on eBay, or where I know, okay, if I sell this for this much, I will be comfortable selling the book for that much. And the person on the other end on their phone or computer says, you know what, that's a good book on that deal. I'm going to buy that because I know it's unlikely that I'm gonna get that book cheaper anywhere else. Versus versus me starting everything at $1 and having a bunch of people in my sales only because they're getting books for cheap. I'm gonna tell you this: anytime I've sold a book for cheap on Whatnot, and any little thing was wrong with it, those be the worst kind of buyers hitting me up. They sending messages to Whatnot like I stole their mother's purse at church for the littlest thing. Oh, this had a ding on there that he didn't tell me about. Really, bro? You got the book for $1. Now you want me to replace that book for $1? Come on, man. The guys that come in and spend $400 or $500, not one damn complaint. And if they do, they send me a message first, say, Ninth, this is what happened. I say, okay, brother, don't worry about it. I'll replace the book holding on to it. No, Ninth, if you do anything, just throw me a little something extra. You know what I'm saying? On the next time I buy a package from you. Don't replace the book. It's good. If anything, throw me some extra. It don't even got to be nothing big. Just, show me that you want to make it right. So it's like my thing is like, yes, I could get money from anybody in the world, but my thing is I'd rather build a customer base that I know is going to champion my product and it's going to appreciate my product and just not looking to dump my product back instantly into the secondary market. Because if I'm only selling stuff and then it's going right back into the secondary market, I feel like to a certain extent that look kind of bad on your product, right? Like nobody is buying this to hold on to it. They just, okay, I did a limited print run. Everybody bought it out. And all of a sudden it's right back on eBay. And I think it has been some retailers that have been caught. People think they caught them doing something when really that wasn't the case. Like you just got a bunch of people. It could be one person coming through saying, oh, they did 250 limited print run on this. Okay, a couple of people say, well, I'm going to do 25. 8 people say, I'm going to do 25. I'm going to do 25. To me, it's little stuff, man. When you do a limited release, one per customer. Don't let people go in and buy all they want. People see that one per, they like, damn, they only letting us get one?
Not Hive. Hive said, come get 20.
James don't care. They go.
We sell 5 and 10 packs. We know our customers speculate.
Yeah.
They go out there and sell 8 of our books, and cool, they got $400 more to come spend
to come back. Yeah, that type of ecosystem. But see, y'all make the type of books.
But here's the difference, though. We're not like most retailers. We don't fuck with the secondary market. We don't list our own books on eBay. We don't list our own books anywhere. Like we sell them initially, but that's it. Like we don't fuck with secondary market pricing. We don't do any of that. The only exception was Last Ronin 5 recently, but that's because we had to make up some cost on those books.
Yeah.
But like
that metal
with eBay.
That metal y'all released, eBay,
but
that metal We Live cover, I don't think I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just not searching right. I still don't think I've seen any of those on eBay.
No, those went to collectors. I'm amazed actually at how few of those have seen any sort of secondary market. I think those ended up in collectors or they're floating through Whatnot. I think other sellers might be selling Whatnot, but they're not seeing eBay.
Aftershock said that We Live is their best-selling book. And how many printings has number 1 gone over there? 6?
Are you counting all the
Man,
different metal variants too?
the metals and
Well, I mean,
man.
those would count as a print. Yeah, I guess so.
But see, that's a book that's better than something that's killing the children, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
It is.
I think it's better than
Well,
the
look,
detail in that book, man.
That book
Aftershock
is a
is
universe
one of
builder.
those companies that does fire stories. And if you have a genre or something that pops up that you like, it's probably going to be a pretty good read, but it's finite. It's short. It's a 5-issue series every time, in and out. And that's what makes it good. They do a story arc. And if you like the story arc and it's good, well, then maybe they'll give you a volume 2. I like that setup because that lets comics really live or die, but at least it lets them get finished.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And then I think it's better for the newer, younger generation who kind of more like, I feel like everybody in the world has some level of ADHD now. This thing kind of just put us in that mode, except those really disciplined people who don't fool with TVs, they don't fool with phones, and they can just be comfortable living like that. But I think those, even though personally, I do not like limited series. I don't want to know when this is going to end. It's just whenever it's going to end, just, hey, that's when it ends. I don't like limited series, but from a business point of view, I think limited series are better for the younger generation because they from the binge mentality. And I just want to, I done had people tell me that they will not read a new comic book. Like if it's a limited series, they won't read it when it comes out on New Comic Book Day. They wait until they have all 5 books, or they
Until
just
the trade.
wait until the trade comes out because they want to binge and read through it, right then and there. So I do like that Aftershock does that, but generally me, I want 40, 50, like Walking Dead, 150, 60, 200. I won't look, keep going, Spawn, keep going, 300, keep going. Don't never end. Like I want to die not knowing how this shit ends. So like I just want to assume that it's gonna keep on going out there in the world, in the universe. That's why, Marvel, I hate when they stop and reboot series. I hate when they do that, but it's almost like you have to do it to kind of drill down into the ADHD ridden population that we in now. It's like if somebody knows, like, oh, it's only 6 books in this series. Too, I also think it kind of says, hey, I need to buy all 6. I can feel comfortable buying all 6 because I know this thing ain't gonna go on for 200 issues, and I'm stuck waiting around like, oh, I can just read these 6 and I'm good. That part of it too. So it's just interesting, man. It's like I say, it's no right or wrong ways to do this, but I definitely feel like it's a part of the market that's not really, been completely tapped into. And I feel like it's ways to make a lot more money out of this and bring a lot of new buyers into the market, which I know a lot of people hate on Whatnot and they get tired of Whatnot talk, but in my opinion, like I just feel like to a certain extent, I feel like Whatnot is a gateway to getting new customers into the comic book market because they got everything on that damn app. Pokemon, vintage clothing, sneakers, et cetera, et cetera. And when you open up that app, and if let's say you sell sneakers on there, right? You just finished the sale, you made 20K, you had a great night. You like, man, I want to start investing into something else. Oh, let me go check out comics.
Right.
Oh, shit, they got, damn, that's crazy. Now, Aaron can attest, James can attest. When you get that feature on Whatnot, and when people go into them comics and they see your sale, the first thing that pop up, and you got 100 people in that sale, man, I'll be seeing people in there I never seen before dropping all stupid types of money. All stupid kinds of money. Boy, if Jack and them told me they would give me a feature and I would do a sale every damn day on that app if they wanted to. Oh, you gonna feature my show? Oh, okay. I do a sale every day if that's what y'all want. But if you think about it, everything that I've been saying today about how the exclusive game can be trimmed down, but they can still make a lot of money at one time. They can make their products exclusive, still make more money, build a brand versus chasing the Kool-Aid flavor of the moment. The technology is the thing that ties everything together, right? And Whatnot, they brought a new technology to the comic book industry. And that's why, as a seller on the app, I can run any Whatnot exclusive $1 1 minute because I know I'm gonna get a reasonable amount of money for that book. And the smartest thing they did was those true Whatnot exclusives, the ones that you can only get through the app. You can't go on a website and buy them. You can't even buy them at a con. They hold value. I know people gonna feel a certain way about the Invincibles and stuff like that compared to what they used to sell at, but most people that got those Invincibles got them for free. Anything that was out there for free that don't really have isn't even a price listed anywhere on that comic. I don't think it's an actual barcode or price listed on that comic. There's no base monetary value on that book. Think about that. Think of anything in this world where you don't have any type of, like, there's no baseline for it. Gas, we can say $8 in California. Okay, that's gas in California. Texas, $8. No, that gas is way too high. We know gas don't cost $8, shouldn't cost $8 in Texas. Milk should always be cheap in Texas because we got more cows than we got people out here. It's not a lot of things in this world that's free of a monetary restraint. And a lot of them Whatnot exclusives are free from monetary restraint because there was never a point where you could just go into a store and buy something and just say, okay, well, we know Ultimate Fallout 4 was $3.99 in comic shops one day, right? So we can always it's just simple math. We can always just kind of project what a book should or shouldn't be worth. But
the variant was $12.
Yeah, we know where that book was at a certain point. Like I remember, even like last year, I remember like seeing certain books, certain ratio variants in stores for like $10, $15. So it's like, to me, that's always going to be a $10 or $15 book. I don't care if the book jumps up to $1,000 in a 9.8. It's still a $10 or $15 book to me because I always remember seeing it at that price. Them Invincibles, all I ever remember them selling for was crazy amounts of money. I feel like when a store does a good exclusive and it takes off on the secondary market the legitimate way, I never remember a store exclusive and I say, oh, I remember you could buy that for $20 off their website. I just know, like, damn, that book took off. Like it's a home run. Like it's something special about store exclusive. Some people won't admit it because they too traditional of collectors to really accept anything new. But Ultra, you saying that, Ultra, but you was in line with me to get that damn foil McFarlane. You was in line with me to get that damn foil
man.
McFarlane.
I dabble, and I'm very, very selective. I've always been very, very selective about exclusives, man.
Yeah.
Con exclusives are not the same as a store exclusive to me, though.
Because
Very
what?
true.
Because what?
Because you have to be at the con to get them. Kind of like that Art Germ stuff. And like the Art Germ stuff, you had to pre-order a panel ticket and the books and then show up at the panel and get them. That's a pain in the fucking ass. And there's a lot of people who are like, yo, can you get this for that for me? And I'm like, no.
Well, and then there was that other Art Germ exclusive through the con. You had to buy the VIP pass to get those two comics, and someone randomly ended up with a Art Germ sketch. And the person that got it probably doesn't even collect comics, is my assumption.
You know, and this is it. The premium and VIP passes that they sell. It was like a Batman art germ set and the VIP set, right?
Yeah,
It
it
was
was
like
the
but
Harley
it was a
Quinn.
random. Like you couldn't choose which ones you got. You got a book at random.
Yeah.
I don't know how it really worked out, but I mean, there's a lot of that. So depending on what your favorite artist is, you know, I just really believe like the con experience variant is much more of that like Indiana Jones chasing down the Holy Grail type of experience versus just stroking a credit card online. Although there are some good artist exclusives that you can only get through an artist web store. And that's the only way of getting them. Like big artists like Jeff Scott Campbell, who figured out the game a long time ago and knows how to get people to drop hundreds of dollars per drop for his 7 book sets, 8 book sets, you know, whatever crazy thing he's doing at that time. But the man delivers quality product. Like the last set that I bought from him was the Mary Jane and Black Cat set. And it took forever because he had them reprinted. Because he didn't like the way that they showed up. They showed up in damaged condition. He's like, I don't have sellable product. I want them reprinted. And I know Ninth about to show his. Oh yeah, that ASM pack.
2 sets, baby. 2 sets. I mean, and look, Mylar fullbacks.
But
got my cute little Jeff Scott Campbell sticker on the back.
So let's see the Miles cover because that's the one.
You know, the Miles.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you had the Gwen in there as well.
See,
like,
why can't we get that Miles costume though? That's what I want.
They'll bring it back. They'll bring it back. How I'm gonna miss you if you won't go away? The Faces cover. You had to order the 6 book set. That's the only way you could get this. Only way you could get this. We need more of that. We need more of that. That's it. Here go, bro. If you meet a girl and she y'all, I'm not being misogynistic, a male chauvinist pig. You meet a girl and she give it to you the first night. You're gonna have fun that night. But you meet a girl and she make you work for it. When you finally get it, you're gonna want to put that ring on her.
We don't be turning hoes into housewives. Yeah.
Look, when my wife be at her worst, she asks, well, why don't you leave me? After all the courting I did, pulling up to your house at 3 a.m, opening up your car, leaving roses and chocolates and love letters. No, I'm sorry. We not going backwards. I'm not doing all that again with somebody else. When you got sweat equity into something, you're gonna cherish that more.
Sweat equity. That's an approach I use to cars, my friend. You know, buying that car for the cheap and putting all that sweat equity in it and making it worth way more than what it was when you bought it. But the only way you get there is by putting in that work.
Yes, sir. Put that sweat equity. And you know, and me, the thing that I'm learning with comic books, let's put Hive back up here. I'm learning what sweat equity in comic books looks like. I'm learning the difference between sweat equity and just trying to take the lowest hanging fruit. You know what I'm saying? And going that route with it. Sweat equity.
James, how are you not sold out of the Miles Spider-Man cover yet?
The Moon Girl and Miles.
Oh yeah. You're muted.
I said I do not know, but I'm fine with that. Because we'll end up wrapping up whatever we got left, and we'll take them to San Diego with us.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Is that though I like exclusivity, hype. I like books with a good story around them, or that you had to go to a con to get it, or you had to make a blood sacrifice to a demon to get it.
I'm tear off 50 covers of A Darkest Night.
Right. I'm also fine with a cover.
I'm still after that Wolverine book, by the way. So if you have it, let me know.
I ordered 25 of these Moon Girls and Miles. I'm fine with them sitting in a box for however long. I don't care if
either or Jason.
Yeah, I don't care if I ever sell one. I'm fine with that.
He didn't order them from Hive, by the way.
We can look.
Hey, wait.
I'll buy some. Look, if
I
y'all
did.
give me, Look,
I
y'all give me
I
a
didn't
love
order
price,
it.
I'll buy some from y'all too.
Look, I have a retailer friend who did a pretty fire looking variant with a fire artist of a fire looking character and was forced to share it with 2 other stores. He said, "Fuck."
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was like, do I buy it from Bird City? Do I buy it from Hive? I was like, I don't know. This is a tough spot to be in between.
Yeah, you know,
See,
at least when it's good stores doing it together, it's
Yeah.
fine. It's when it's a good store being forced to work with other stores just because they're like, hey, wait, we want in on that exclusive too.
Yeah,
Who
I
did
thought it
that?
was gonna sell out like within the first couple of days. So when Anthony said he would, sell me some, I'm like, oh, a bulk. I'm like, oh, okay, like, yeah, definitely, dude. I do it. I didn't think that book was gonna last at all, man. Like the social media, like most of my posts that I make on IG, if it's about one of my YouTube show, it'll get 10 likes. If I show off a picture of a comic book, it'll get 40 likes. If I show off a comic book that people really, really like, it hit that 80 to 100 mark. This Moon Girl cover hit 80 in like a couple of hours, man. People was DMing me about this. Once they bought their copies, they was like, oh yeah, I got my copies. But the only 2 stores that I posted had them was Hive and Bird City, because I knew that before the cover was even announced that these was the 2 stores that's gonna have it. I guess 616 had it too. I didn't know that they was gonna have it. I thought it was just gonna be Hive and Bird City, but I have no doubt in my mind that this book is gonna sell out. I have no doubt about it in my mind. This book is gonna sell out. And like I said, I was saying the other day that it's, to me, exclusives, you either have to create a demand around your product, figure out how to create a legitimate demand around your product. You have to play the long game. Like if you look at like Unknown, when they go to cons, like they got covers everywhere at their booth, like, and they do a lot of the same themes. They have a structure set up. So I'm pretty sure they have their customer base. Or if you somebody that's just getting into comics, like you could go to Hive, to Unknown's booth at a convention, and you could walk away with a nice little collection of variant covers because of the long-term sweat equity that they have put into their product. You know what I'm saying? I think like with Hive, for instance, people that know about Hive know that they always gonna be on the cutting edge when it comes to art. Like you gonna see shit you're not gonna see on other retailers, you're gonna see on Hive. Like if you want to know, like, oh, okay, let me see what the next hot thing is gonna be. Let me see what you want to see something different. You're gonna go to Hive. Like pretty much, I don't see. I could be missing out on somebody, but I don't see, just thinking about all the covers y'all done had since I really been following exclusives like that. I haven't seen too many retailers that's doing, some of the stuff that y'all have been doing, just as far as like the type of covers that y'all select and the type of covers that y'all put up on y'all site. Some people I just already kind of know, like, this is what this is just what they do,
Yeah.
like you just kind of know, like you never gonna see them step outside of a certain thing. With Hive, I think it's a little bit different. Y'all, you can tell y'all dig deep and try to figure out what y'all next thing is gonna be. So that's the type of stuff I look for personally, is like where I don't want to know. I don't want to say, oh, they got. I like when somebody say, hey, we dropping a new cover, and I'm anticipating to see what they put out, because I think, dang, you never know which one is going to be the one to shift, the industry and be like, damn, we need to work with this artist, or man, maybe we need to think about doing, more books like that. It's a tough. But at the end of the day, I respect all retailers, because this is a tough gig, no matter how you doing it, and it's a lot of money that's involved with making this stuff happen. It's a lot of time. I'm pretty sure a lot of heartache. People had plans on doing books, and you get an artist who fucking you around, or the books ain't get printed right. All of that. So respect to all retailers. I just think, just me and my little brain on the outside, I just think that, but the thing I always say, it's always a better way. It's always a better way, and that retailers shouldn't get stuck with just sitting like, hey, we're gonna do these type of covers, and we just gonna keep doing them, or just take, like I said, taking that low hanging fruit, man. Take a risk, try to create a demand for your product, and most importantly, feed back into the comic book community. Feedback into the comic book community. And that's one thing, like Ultra was saying, with con exclusives, you go to the con and it costs $25 to $50 to get in there. It's a million people in there. Food costs an arm and a leg. The lines be long. It takes sweat equity to get those exclusives. And that puts a little bit more value into them. That puts adds a little bit more value into them. So I figure if you're gonna have people going through all of that, give them something that they will truly want in their collection. Don't just say, well, this is a con exclusive. I can just put out some BS because I know people will buy it just because it's a con exclusive. Just my 2 cents. Fellas, y'all got anything y'all want to touch on before we wrap this thing majig up? I can't believe we already been on here 4 hours. I know I done talked for 3 of them, but still.
That's what happens when you get friends together just bullshitting.
Yeah, man. I wasn't expecting extra step as late either, and now I'm going to pay for it tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta fucking. I'm glad school is out. I ain't got to wake up early and take. These
I'm on
kids
call this week,
school.
so I have to periodically check my phone every so often, anyways, to make sure the network is good. But it's okay. I did some security work today, so that was fun.
It's okay. I went and checked on the kid. He didn't go to sleep. He was up about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I got to get everything ready for cover picks on Wednesday, and then.
Oh yeah, I need to submit books for this week. I mean, I'm sending my books like right after this.
Yeah, then I got to get with Eric so we can do some mail cast for Drunken Chat this week.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad the show's still going on, man. I was really worried that we weren't gonna be able to work that situation out, but I'm glad everything's still intact, man. I really am.
Oh, I have more books ready for Saturday night for Modern Comic Mayhem for the new game show I'm trying to launch off. Name That Comic. So I made it harder this time, so you don't see as much, and I have more. And
all right, awesome.
Name That Comic, huh? Is it just like you're gonna show like a part of the cover, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I'm gonna show a part of the cover, and you have to name the comic.
Interesting.
Title and issue number.
Interesting.
You like the master of comic book game shows, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna start taking panels as well, like within comics, to see how well people are reading comics.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's the ultimate litmus test right there.
That's
like the equivalent of putting your shopping cart back when you go to the grocery store.
Yeah, so I mean, it's gonna start off easy with just naming covers and all that, and then it's gonna get into the panels, and it's like kind of like if no one knows, then that's
only the real.
That's just how the game goes, I guess, right?
And Ultra with that Souza Micah Virgin back
yeah,
there.
I mean, I know Ultra is going to be like, oh, I know that book. I know that book.
Ultra,
I'm a fan. What can I say? I know things, but usually useless things.
Ultra, hold on. Before we get off of this, I'll show you.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
I started opening cards that I was going to wait till Wednesday to open, and now I can't stop, so I'm just opening all of them.
Bro, I've been here before.
What are you opening on?
UFC right now.
Ooh. Oh, is this from that Target re-up?
Did I show you this?
No. You nab one?
Yes, sir.
At
MegaCon, yes, sir.
I think you did show that to me then, yeah.
You found it at MegaCon?
Yeah, like $15. It's how great.
Oh, I love that.
Mel's got Kurt. Like, The dude, the Yeezy got the Jeff the Call and the 9.8 for a very, very, very generous price from.
Yeah.
I don't. Was people not digging and making like?
No,
No.
not hard.
This is why when you asked me before you decided to come, man, you really think it's gonna be good digging? I said yes, I will.
Bro.
Every year I've gone there, I've always pulled something of value out, like an obscure book, you know, at least one in a good, nice high grade. And you know, for me this year, it was this guy, Ghost Rider
Whoa.
Jim Lee, second print.
Wow.
Damn.
Very
See, I would
nice.
have skipped right. I would have skipped right over that book. Just keeping it all the way funky. I would have skipped right over.
I think my best pull is probably that Iron Man, 1 in 25.
Yeah, well, man,
9.8. Yeah.
buying a graded book for sure. You know, like that's just so. But did you notice what was going on with a lot of the wall books there?
They were
A lot
like,
of the wall books and a lot of people's booths were overpriced, over eBay pricing. It's like, okay, you came to show off. A lot of there was that one booth, Metropolis. You saw that they had like 3 amazing fantasy 15s,
Yeah,
3
I don't
ASF number
understand
one,
that.
oh
3
wait,
X-Men number ones.
yeah,
You know, just in like assorted grades, because they know that there's going to be different people with different price points. But those are the type of booths that I wish every con at least had one of those, just so like comic book fans can go over and be like, wow, I was that close to 3 X-Men number ones. I've seen 3 X-Men number ones together at one time in my life. I mean, if you went over and you saw that wall that they had, it was basically Iron Man, Tales of Suspense. They had basically everything first appearance key from the Silver Age, and some Golden Age on there too on that wall. So it was like, whoa,
yeah.
baller.
So I was looking at that booth, and I think the funniest thing I heard there was like, "Hey, do you have this like new like first appearance of a new character?" And I was about to turn to that person like, "This is the wrong booth to be looking for that."
You came to the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
you want to
but-
go, just keep going down further that way. You'll find it.
It's just like the difference in collectors. Like even just like you go into a con and you know, like I know which booths are for me and which one wasn't for me. I'm gonna tell you a booth that was popping all weekend long. Eric Hurd's guys. I can't remember the name of they booth, but
Yep.
we found it like since we was in there early, we found
Yep.
it early, and
Yep.
I quickly realized, yeah, let me get this in right now, because if I don't get what I want from them right now, it's gonna be slim pickings by the end of the weekend. And I went back over there a couple of times to try to dig, and it was just so many people over there. I was like, man, I'm gonna catch fucking COVID trying to dig through. It wasn't no breathing room. But this is the same. That's the same booth where I got.
I found so many newsstands there. It wasn't even funny.
Oh my god, newsstands out the.
And then like, wait, all the books in that front were like what 50% off there.
Yep, all of these
That was
Sonics,
sick.
high grade retailer incentives, issue
Mhm.
2 through 7, and
Go
high
Swiss
grade.
for retailer incentive.
Hell yeah.
I was happy about that one.
You, baby.
I know. Can't wait to see her at a signing or celebrity signing. Then it's like,
And bro, you're gonna show that photo variant. She's gonna be like, oh my god.
Yeah, so man, just yeah.
Was it worth the trip though? That's the question.
Yes, it was worth. I'm scared that it won't be a better con than that for the rest of the year, man. That trip, man, from the amount of money I made with whatnot, the digging that I did, the exclusives I was able to get, the people I was able to hang with, the good time that I had. And dude, I'm gonna tell you, right before I left the con, I lost $100. But literally, right after I lost that $100, James gave me some books for free. Right? So I'm like, bro, you can't make this up. Now I wasn't tripping off losing the 100. That ain't nothing. But $100 is $100. But right after that, I get books worth way more than that. Okay. I had to I had to reschedule my flight because my sister-in-law tested positive for COVID, and we had went out to dinner a few like one of my first nights there or whatever. So I was gonna stay with Aaron. That I extended my trip. I was gonna stay with Aaron my final night, so I wouldn't have to repay for a hotel. But I wasn't about to risk him to COVID, so I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna just fly back home." Had to pay $200 to make that to make that happen. Um
You would have been fine because you would have been in the hotel by yourself. Because I ended up passing out at the hotel for a little bit, and then I went back out and met up with James like
yeah.
at midnight or something like that.
So just
and then
just
stayed up until I had to leave for my flight.
something while I was in Florida, my daughter had her like the 8th grade dance, like they found a like little shindig or whatever, and something happened with her hair. So I had to send like $250 to get her hair. Like I spent $1,000 that I was not expecting to spend, right? Just all of it was like based on inconvenience of me being at the con, and I still had an amazing time. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like that trip was foolproof, set up that like it was just one of those things where the universe said, bruh, this gonna be a good weekend for you. Like nothing, there's gonna be nothing that can go wrong with this weekend. Like period. Like book from the books that I found a full run damn near of Moon Girl. Yep.
Dang, that's like when at Baltimore when Jonathan found the full run of Paper Girls for free. Is that what it was?
Basically for free. Yeah.
Yeah, something weird like that.
No, it was free. The artist was like, "Yeah, just take whatever you want." And he's like, "Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5." One of them was a second print that I didn't even know they made a second print of one of those issues.
For issue
Issue
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only issue that has a second print / variant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking for that book for forever. I might just buy one off of eBay. Like that Souza Micah book, I got screwed over on that book on eBay. I bought a 9.6, and then the jerk who I bought it from canceled the sale out back when it was one of them nights where
because we talked about it on Drunken Chat that night, and then they
proceeded. Before that, the Souza Micah, the one I just showed, the Bitter Root.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that night in the chat, me, you,
Yes.
Ultra, and Remo, we was all talking when we figured out that Devil's Due book had an open order print run on it, and we said, oh well, the Bitter Root 3 was her first book that was just a regular, Remember the Devil's Due book it's a print to order, but
it's a Black Mask book, so it's like
it's like you don't know, like you just assume that it's print to order, right?
Well,
and then be a limited amount. I'm pretty sure they won't be printing that book 10 years from now, but still.
But with that Bitter Root too, they give the cover artist the wrong credit, right?
Yeah, that was the reason why I failed to make it onto my Spec Matrix, because it was, I thought, a misprint because of the Makita Soto. And I'm like, that's obviously not Sosa Micah. What the fuck is that? But yeah, they completely butchered her name on that one. So that's actually her second book. But that shit is, what's going on there?
This guy's name for this cover, it's a misprint. So if you go and look this up, it's not going to show under R1CO, R1C0. It's going to show under, I guess, like his given name. Yeah. So this one will throw you off right here. But you can look at the art, and
there's a lot of artists that have that, man. Like Tula Lote, she apparently did some stuff under her real name too. Not Tula Lote is her pen name.
She was a pleasure to meet as well.
A lot of the artists that we talked to, man, were just good people, man.
Yeah. Something I wanted to say, why is it that the best, like the really good artists don't charge for autographs, or they have like, oh, you get your first 2 free or your first 5, and all the mediocre guys $10, $15, like, huh?
They're trying to eat.
Like what? Jenny Frizen do 5. Don't charge you nothing. The call was signing stuff for free.
Unless it's the sick number 8, and then he sees that you already got Tinian and Deldra signed on it as well.
All right, then now what I gotta charge you for, man?
He did. He's like, you know, it's worth money. I was like, yeah, I know, like 3 times sig, and it's already a 9.8. I feel like there's gonna be a shoe in 9.8 3 times sig. So I was like, I don't care. I was like, that's fine.
But my thing is, like, if I buy like a custom piece from you or something like that, you better not charge me nothing to sign. You pull anything good yet, James?
No.
I hate that. I hate when I remember I was going through a little phase and I was busting wax with Aaron on whatnot every other night trying to get a LaMelo rookie, man. Like, I just had to get to a dark place before I gave up, man. I was like, man, I'm not gonna pull no.
Man, I have so
LaMelo
many now. I'm
rookie
just gonna
Aaron.
give you one.
And then, you know, this man just went on a rampage pulling LaMelo rookies after that. I'm like, what the fuck? Well, see, you can't give me one because it don't feel the same as actually.
Okay, so I was just gonna start giving you packs, like just like here's a pack. Try your luck. Maybe you need to touch it first before I touch it.
Yeah, but you know, that's just it's the
name of the game, I guess, right?
It's the game, yeah. It's the game, man. You can't have it. You can't have it all, you know. But damn, it was something else I wanted to say before we got off of here.
20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know, right? All right, y'all. We about to sign out. We be back next Monday. I'm pretty sure most of y'all ain't gonna watch the video all the way to the end like this. But for y'all that's watching right now, let's say it's 14 of y'all. I don't know if y'all fell asleep or what, but for anybody that's watching right now, man, we will see y'all next Monday. Like I said, same thing every Monday for as long as we can keep this up. Just coming on, shooting the shit, and having a good time. We still Empire. Get your butt on this show next week, man. Get your butt on this show next week, man. We were supposed to be hooking up, doing some stuff a long time ago, man. Get your butt on this show next week, y'all. Man, I love this brother
and
right
you
here.
too, Comic Man Andy.
Yeah, Comic Man Andy. Yeah. Empire, man, good dude. He always got good, reasonable spec. You can tell. Ooh, who is that?
It's Mookie Betts number.
Oh, Mookie Betts. Oh, number patch. That's sweet.
Yeah.
What product is that?
That's cool. Too bad it's not his Red Sox fucking jersey. I'd be over the moon right now.
Right. What's it number 2?
I'm gonna burn this. It's not even numbered. I don't know.
What?
Those come in every blaster. You get like one.
No.
Yeah.
What's a different player or?
Yeah, it's a different player. Like,
I mean, he's a future Hall of Famer, so I'll hold on to that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think what I'm gonna do is certain parts of this video that was more informative than others, so I'm gonna chop out the good shit and upload it as individual videos, so people don't have to drag through 4 hours of content to hear when we was actually talking about stuff that was worth a damn. So, yeah, man, yeah. So,
all right, so make sure you chop out the food stuff like into one segment.
That's like 2 hours of the show,
right? But I don't food, man. Like, who don't like food, bro? It's food fucking killing like half of America's top diseases is fucking food-borne illnesses, heart disease, diabetes. We obviously love food, bro. Look, food content creators are thriving right now, man. People love cooking and eating shit that they know is gonna kill them.
Do you know
I'm guilty of it myself.
The reason why I married a Southern woman who bakes, man. Shit, I wanted to die like a peaceful death of being fat. It's working slowly. I'm working on that Lebowski Thor.
Just fuck it, man. Just go to sleep one night. Fucking heart stop working. Just die. You know, just take me that way, I guess, man. Ate a steak and a country fried steak for dinner that night. Fucking die in my sleep, blissfully happy, you know.
Yeah, that's saying tons of worse ways to die.
Right. I had when I was in college, I had a professor that used to always tell me. I would say ignorance is bliss. But he say you won't understand that till you do some truly ignorant shit, and you don't care the consequences or the repercussions. Hey,
it's true. And then
The
that's
first
when they
time
came
I-
up with the phrase YOLO.
Look, the first time I went to a strip club in Houston, I went broke. Asked my homeboy, "Hey, let me borrow some money." Knowing I just spent all my money, then I borrowed some money from him. Went next day, got off of work, ran to the pawn shop, pawned some shit, went right back to that same strip club. And didn't give and so, you know what? I do this every night if I didn't do it every night if I could. Because guess what? Ignorance is bliss. We out, y'all.
Peace.